Cabin dos. English. Can you put English? Cabin dos. Un. Friends, are you getting the sound? Which channel? English. No, this is channel 1, channel 2, English. Yes, I can hear you, channel 2. Can you stay there?
Hi, test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2. Good morning, test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2. Test 1 2. Good morning. Test 1 2. 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 1 1. Test 1 2. 2. Test 1 2. 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Okay.
I like radiation, but not so close. I was doing
Morning, everyone. Are you ready for another day of intense discussion, but fruitful as well? Time. There's so many policies still to discuss. Co-chairs are ready. And as I said yesterday, there's going to be gala. So 2 announcements. Still trying to work on logistics. How the buses can transfer delegates back to their hotels and from the hotels to the gala heading venue. Secondly is whoever has not gotten a ticket, registration desk or their ticket, but please ensure that you have a ticket. Without further ado, I think I hand over to the co-chairs for further policy discussion.
Good morning, everybody. I hope we all had a good night and we're ready to go for this morning. We have a number of policies to consider this morning, and we're going to make sure we try as much as possible to stick to time. But please, we need you guys, we need everybody, every member of the community to please try and help us so that we'll be able to keep to time, because it's really important that we cover everything we have on the agenda. We still have to bear in mind the code of conduct. Please let us all behave in a responsible manner, and we should remember that we are Africans and we should respect each and everybody. We have to treat everybody with dignity and respect. We would not tolerate any abusive language. We would stick to the code of conduct. So please, when you come to the mic, remember the code of conduct. So we have the first policy that we're going to discuss this morning, which is the resource transfer policy on IPv4, which is going to be, the authors are Anthony Ikechukwu Uba and Taiwo Oyewande, which allows, the first version was submitted in November 2019 and is still in its first version, allows the transfer of IPv4 resources only between AFRINIC and other regions. No limit and conditions on resource size and frequency of transfer, as long as both parties mutually agree. No need of assessment by AFRINIC on recipient. Legacy resources retain legacy resources status after transfer. Thank you so much. So we're going to invite the authors of this proposal to present their proposal.
Good morning, Africa. Our proposal, resource transfer policy, was born out of need to have resources available to businesses, because it is common knowledge that the IPv4 resources have, is near exhaustion, and we know that the resources available would likely not exceed the next 4 months. As a matter of fact, data I see says that it's at 0.31%, and we know that the need for resources is growing exponentially because the trend of things in the future, definitely we'll have people moving around assigned to IP addresses. So we don't even have enough IP resources to sustain us in Africa. And Africa is not yet at that stage to migrate fully to IPv6, thus the need to have more IPv4 resources coming to the region. So our proposal presents a model, a mechanism to encourage smooth and ease in doing business, because these resources are not political statistics. They're actually tools which aid communications with people, businesses, and organizations. So it's essential. So this is a two-way inter-RIR policy, which encourages flow of resources both ways, both within and outside the AFRINIC region. So when these resources exhaust, we will not have a shortage. As a matter of fact, I think we're at 11 o'clock. I don't know why this policy hasn't come up yet until we are at this stage. We are at looming crisis of resource shortage in Africa, and we should have this running immediately so that it doesn't frustrate businesses, because we don't have these resources and businesses must grow. Everyone knows Africa is an emerging market, and I think is at the forefront of emerging markets. We say have less than 50% internet penetration, and we know internet communication is at the drive of economic growth. So ease of doing business is clearly a catalyst for economic growth, and we are here to improve on Africa. So this policy is supposed to be a driving force, a catalyst to businesses growing. So as we go through, my co-author here is going to run through the slides and will attempt to answer the questions and address anything. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I am Taiwo from Africa. I believe most people have read the CPM, so I'll just mention the changes and the updates we propose to the CPM. Currently, there's intra-area policy where resources can be transferred within the region. What we're proposing is resources to be able to be transferred within outside the region. For those resources to be transferred, we propose that the person initiating the transfer can be a registered member of any regional registry. And the transfer is going to be initiated with two parties willing to transfer. So there's a willing resource holder ready to transfer the resources, and there's a resource holder ready to receive these resources. As long as those resources are not in dispute, and as long as it's the right owner is the right holder that's requesting the transfer of the resource. Sorry, I forgot to mention, there are some minor changes to the policy which has been discussed with the co-chairs and approved. So those changes are in the green here. So those changes are here. Oh, it's not really clear up here. So I'll just read them out. For the sender, that's for the person with the resources, we say you cannot transfer resources if you just received a transfer. You have to have a cooldown period for 12 months. So that's what this is saying, which is what is currently on the CPM. Also, to get resources, you have to have a written agreement. So there has to be an agreement between the sender and the receiver of the resource. And where need basis are inevitable, you have to present 50%. That's here, 50% of your need for 5 years. Also, we propose a standard template which should be filled by the sender. So the sender fills the template provided by his region, which states the standard procedure for the transfer. So the recipients can be any party which is an agreement with. So a sender has to remember the receiver has to agree on those terms by the sender. Then legacy, the point on legacy remains as is in the CPM. That's the new update as well, which says transferred IPv4 legacy resources will no longer be regarded as legacy resources. We also propose a procedure for the transfer of resources. Since this is not in the CPM, I will just read this out briefly and try to stress on them a little. So the transferring party who holds the resources can initiate a transfer between itself and an external party. If both parties agree, the transferring party will send a request to the regional registry with the resources, which the resources are registered using the standard templates which I discussed earlier. And you submit the official agreement, which is the agreement by both parties, the sender and the receiver. This template is being reviewed by the region in which the resource is originating from, and if the review is done and approved, then the regional registry sends the templates to the receiving registry. Also informs the sender and the receiver that the review has been made and the resources are ready for transfer. So the regional registry that is receiving those resources gets the template, and once it has done its due diligence check, then the resources can be transferred. To monitor the transfers, this is also a discussion with other authors of similar policies. once the resources are transferred, or once this policy is implemented, AFRINIC could post monthly updates of the frequency or statistics of resources being transferred or received. Yeah. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Thank you very much. So we're going to go for the staff assessment.
Good morning, Madhvi Gokul, Member Services and Staff Liaison for the day. I'm here to present the staff impact assessment for this policy proposal. So we look at the policy proposals, try and understand the intent of the proposal, and then we look at how the proposal, or where the proposal will impact on the internal processes and procedures, the consolidated policy manual as well, which is an internal document, AFRINIC systems, the WHOIS database, and sometimes legal as well. And yeah, so for this one, we understand that the policy enables a two-way inter-IR transfer of IPv4 resources. And it shall start with a resource holder who submits a transfer request to another party and also provides an agreement of resource transfer signed by both parties. The source must be the rightful holder and not involved in any disputes. There are no limit to the size of the resources being transferred. The source can request for additional resources from AFRINIC at any time. So if they have resources from AFRINIC, they have transferred to another organization, they can come back to request for more IP addresses from AFRINIC at any time. So in the next hour, let's say, there's no hold down period basically. And the recipient of a transfer is not required to justify the IP needs. So this policy eliminates the justification of needs, and usually any resources allocated or assigned to the members are based on justified needs at the moment. So we'd like the authors to clarify is the recipient of the transfers, if they are in the AFRINIC service region, are they required to be AFRINIC members?
They are.
So if a legacy resource holder is receiving resources through a transfer, they have to apply for membership. Okay, thank you. And yeah, so in the consolidated policy manual, section 5.4.5, resources at the moment, okay, are being issued based on justified needs for the next 8 months. All right, and we've put the statement from 5.4.5 on the slides. Okay, so as staff, what staff tried to do was, if we're implementing the policy is being implemented, all right, and we'll have a transfer clause in the policy manual. Okay, and these are the sections of the policy through which members or applicants will come and request for more resources, okay, and applicants will receive through section 5.4.5 and transfer out of, if you can transfer out of 5.7, I guess, right? Yeah, okay, out of this. Is this the intent? We just need a confirmation, because if an organization became a member in July, for example, and they come to us and say, we'd like to transfer our resources according to this policy, the transfer policy, staff would immediately know that they qualified under the 8 months. Okay, so the 8 months is not over. So what is the intent of this policy? We'd like to have a clarification, because we sense there are two conflicting clauses, okay, and that can lead to somehow confusion, because the member will say, I can transfer according to this policy. Okay. All right, yeah. So, yep, the areas of impact. So we have our processes that have to be updated. The transfer log has to be, well, we envisage that inter-RIR transfers may become a reality. So a slight tweaks, we need to tweak the transfer log so that they support inter-RIR transfers. We have our transfer request dashboard and forms. We have our own procedures, but this policy is bringing in its own procedures on how to do things. So there is an impact that have to be taken into consideration there. And like I said, I tried to explain with a practical scenario, but based on the discussions that have been happening since yesterday as well, we'd rather avoid conflicts, okay, in the policy manual, or ambiguity in the policy manual, so that both staff who have to evaluate requests under the stipulations of the policy manual, whether they are for resources or transfers, they know exactly what, and the members as well, because when ambiguity, then sometimes the members feel they are right, okay, and they will actually challenge. So we'd rather have very formalized and very concise approach in the policy manual regarding the inter-RIR transfers. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's it.
This is working. Like I said yesterday, and like I always say, I am an advocate for ease of doing business. Now, the reality of policies is a policy would always give rise to adjustment in processes. You know, we are looking at a system that makes it easy for these transfers to happen. So yes, we proposed a procedure because we feel it's a better one, and definitely it would give rise to certain adjustments in other auxiliary parts of the CPM. So yes, we considered that.
Thank you very much. We will now open the floor to comments. We have a very long queue, so I would have to close the mic. I would have to close the mic. Yes, please, the mics are now closed. I will start from Jerry.
Good morning. Okay, as you know, I am out of another policy proposal on the same topic that has been going 1 year and a half. So it was before this policy proposal and before the other one. I am always saying it's good we have competing policy proposals. I am always also saying that if we can coordinate together, that's even better. And we tried that when this policy was posted in the list, and the other one, I got in touch with the authors. We have got some private discussions among us, trying to coordinate, trying to understand each other. Unfortunately, the other set of authors never responded. Those authors have been very cooperative. I must say I don't agree with their all the points. I am especially I have a special conflict with the saying that the staff mentioned of no need, no justification need. But that said, I believe this region needs now a transfers policy. So I ask everyone to support one of the two policy proposals that can fulfill that. Why I say two instead of three? Because the major donor of addresses to all the other regions is aiding. And aiding policy states that it must be reciprocal. And I believe that the only two reciprocal policies are this one and the one that I will present next. So even if I am now speaking somehow against my policy proposal because it's presented next to this one, I really think this community needs to move forward. And yes, there are things to resolve, but we have time to do it. Why? Because implementing this policy will take probably, including the ratification from the board, more than 6 months. I am guessing it will be at least 9 months. For example, is taking almost 1 year. And the effort and the work of coordination with the other registries is the same. So again, even if I am shooting on my own feet saying this, I think this region needs to move forward. And even if this policy is not perfect, we have time to improve it, but at least the staff can start implementing because that will go in our favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jody.
Let me address this.
We have authors. The problem is having feelings we're going to sleep here today.
Sorry, I think I addressed this to respond to so many things because we have spoken to
the mic. Okay.
An author of a similar, I spoke with you earlier, Jody, and yes, it's imperative that Africa has an inter-IRR policy, a two-way inter-IRR policy, and there is a reciprocity clause and policy that ARIN has, which says, only if you give me before I can give you. So now there is a school of thought or the pessimistic arm that says, why are we opening our doors? The resources will fly out of Africa and all that and all that. But the reality is here, we don't have resources anymore. And that obsoletes the need clause, because the reason why there's a need-based clause is to manage the resources. But the reality is there is no more resource. So why is there a need clause? We're in a situation where the markets would have to decide. It is need, demand, and supply. And now Africa needs resources. And regions like ARIN, who have adopted IPv6, are easing off on their IPv4. So to say, they're recovering their IPv4s, and this will come to Africa. We have some slides that show, we have a little bit of a statistic that shows the movement of these resources. This is from NRO, and this was updated September of this year. So it's a very recent statistics. Now, if you look at, the movement of resources, you will see this is ARIN, and they are moving 17.8 million as against this 134,000, and to RIPE, they are giving 9.69 as against 550,000. So what is the worry about Africa that has just 3.94% of the available resources? Why are we afraid that they'll come and expunge this very tiny portion that Africa has? The truth is Africa never had so much, but this is the market. So why are we afraid that this 4% is going to drift into other regions? Where data and statistics shows that where the need is where it goes.
They have all the corporations, they have all the services, and these resources are used for services. Actually. So, yes. Can we have the next question? The mic at the back, please.
Ok, c'est Kakel de la RDC.
I'm from DRC. I see these statistics, and the proposal of these policies seems to be very interesting, but we should evaluate the step forward of different regions in order to have the stability in this transfer. At the level of AFRINIC, we protect the interest-based on services for the community and move forward with the IPv4 addresses and to have instant resources. We find that in near future we will not have enough spaces, so we need to have very good lessons. What did other regions to achieve this change or transfer of addresses and apply at a level of a region to have on with activities in our region?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Can we have the mic in front, please? If you can just lift them down.
Bonjour à tous.
My name is Rosa from DRC. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate for this great effort I have followed up from the beginning until the end. Regarding this policy, is interesting and important for Africa. In different axles that I have retained. First is on the commercial opportunity on the development of internet in Africa will really be benefic if the resources are transferred. Item number one. Number two, the facilities of transferring of the resources, I believe, will allow those ones that need to access easily without getting difficulties. I believe that is a very interesting policies. There are somehow equal transfers applied in different regions. Why Africa should really engage in this domain? Africa needs this policy for the development at the global level. Vamos pegar mais um. Vamos carregar, please.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joshua from DRC. I'm from group. I'd like just to comment on the policy proportion I support due to it makes the internet market more competitive and they have different opportunities. If other did registration, not us, we can't use various numbers of addresses. This is a great opportunity to go for a transition of IPv6, which is more expected. I support this policy.
Just can you respond to that? Okay, thank you. I think the last two speakers were basically buttressing our points and accepting that Africa needs it because we all know Africa needs it. For the question Kakel asked, it will benefit the region because like I said, these resources are tools for services. They are tools for business. So by doing this, it encourages a business who wants to expand into the region to come in with its resources. And it also helps with making availability of resources easily available. So yeah, it will ease doing business, like I said, in Africa, and to make it easier to obtain resources at effective prices. So thank you.
Okay, the mic in front, please.
Good morning, I'm Alpha from Senegal. We are now speaking about management rules. It is not respecting the level of the policies. The mic is on. The mic is on in the podium. Thank you, sir. We are the regulators of resources in our country. We can't to allocate resources without regulation. So we can't allow people exchanging resources among themselves without checking what we are doing. This is the best way to create a black market for this kind of resources. So this policy, in spite of seems to be interesting, but should be reviewed. So again, currently facilities just to justify saying that to facilitate the business. Personally, I can't see how it to facilitate the business. I see here a problem that will be raised, and there will be exchange among companies in different regions, and they will not have control of any authority or any organization dedicated by the organizations. As it is presented, we see that we need to take the resources of Africa and take it to transfer it abroad. We have to review this kind of policy and rewrite in order to be well detailed and clear, in order to be transparent or be stated in the references of transference. Back, please.
Good morning. This is Ezebo from Goldspan, Nigeria. I want to say that I think you guys have come up with a very good policy, because in 2019, Africa is not involved in the transfer of IP addresses across all continents. Now, I have this problem with the rigidity of the business in Africa, and where this rigidity has gotten us to. We are below 4%. 4% is a rough approximation of what we have. Now, I want to know why are we having this problem of implementing this? Because why will someone need to come into Africa and take away IP addresses when they have access on their underside? We are running out of IPv4, and others have access IPv4. Even if we want to switch to IPv6, we still need IPv4 to run it. I think the statistics you have shown here and how much Africa is cut off from the other continents shows we need to implement this. And the transfer is needed. Very, very important. We should know why we are standing here. Are we blocking the future? Or are we holding Africa back? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take one comment in front, then I'll allow others to respond.
Merci beaucoup. C'est Gaylor.
Thank you very much.
I'm from DRC. I support this policy by giving the full justification. First, the objective of sustainable development even with the economic development of Africa, there are two important pillars: investment and partnership. In investment and partnership, we have to take into account the technology. We can work together in Africa, and we know that we are all Africans. We can work together with the name of developing our continent. And sometimes we feel that we don't work together, but I believe that this is a time for us to face and fight against everything that can stop us from developing. So we should support this policy by elected inform that we need more exploration to see how we can update and use this information for the benefit of Africa, because having the resources only for us, we'll be able to get other opportunities. We've got opportunity and some risk. We should not put that aside. We should not reject this policy, but we should find a way of managing this opportunity and managing the risk. And I want to conclude by saying that I support this policy, and I believe that our colleagues should also support. And if you support it, we become a competitive strategy in the business sector as well as in the world. Thank you very much.
Respond? Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start by responding to Alpha. Although I didn't hear half of what he said, but I understand he was asking the questions of ease of doing business. He asked questions about identity. Okay, he talked about ease of doing business, and he talked about regulatory impact and all that, identity check. Now, in the proposal, we talked about, sorry, let me get to that slide. Sorry. Let's look at after transferring IRR has reviewed the application and deemed that that is appropriate to proceed with the transfer, it shall notify the receiving IRR, the transferring party, and the recipient. This is where the regulatory comes in, because you have to be a member, which is the person demanding and the person receiving have to be members. And after they have gone into that agreement, it has to be brought up here. So the RIRs are involved, so it's regulatory. But since the RIRs really don't have these resources anymore, they can't really be the ones to come and sit and preside over it, because if I need resources, you could need resources in different ways. Let's say I am moving my business somewhere, or I'm having a merger, like the third person say, globalization, which means I'm merging or I'm doing business with a company which requires me to move the resources. We have to agree within ourselves before we now come to the respective RIRs and tell them, okay, this is what we want to do, this I want to do the transfer, and the template will be filled and the transfer will be done. So what we're saying is, for every transfer, we don't have to come to AFRINIC's door or come to any of the RIR's door and knock and say, oh, we want to do a transfer, and then they will go. It will bring a lot of strain to the process. And I will always say, I will always emphasize, I am an advocate for ease of doing business. Thank you. Slowly. Okay. I will speak slowly. Should I repeat myself? All right. Thank you.
Okay. We are going to take the mic at the back, please.
Chair, please. I think I'm going to be a bit long. So because I beg. Okay. I beg. I want to be a bit long. And when I'll be talking, I would like AFRINIC staff to project the statistic of the IPv4 allocation. So if staff could get the statistic of the IPv4 allocations, we think we need. So I think we should play with a little bit with data. But before we get to the data, I want to respond to my brother who just said that the one who just spoke said that why are we holding Africa back? Africa is out of transfer. But I want to know, are people aware that we have an intra-area transfer policy at the moment? We have a transfer and people are able to move resources inside Africa. And this is the policy you are trying to amend. We already have a policy to allow people to transfer resources in Africa. So if you need the numbers, you can go and get from the other members in the region. Okay, we have this policy in place. So I want people to be aware of that. On the 75725, you said that you don't want the RIR in, then the two parties get agreement. Then you're saying that if the RIR review the applicants and deem. So how is the RIR going to determine that it is appropriate to proceed? Okay, can we have the statistic, the IPv4 allocation statistics, staff, okay. Ashil? Okay, when staff is looking at it, can you show can you show the NRO statistic again, the one you showed? The NRO statistic, please.
It's disabled.
Staff to control of
looking for your data.
Okay.
So I can't change the slides. Okay, but I can start addressing some of the things questions you asked. In our text, there's an area that says the resource party, which is the sending and the receiving party, must be registered members of the RIR. We also say that resources being transferred must be resources which are not in dispute. That is why you need the RIRs as part of it. And now the statistics you're looking for, I don't know which you're looking for, but Africa has like 0.3.
I know all these things, but you are saying that you want to ease, you say you are in the champions of easing business,
yeah.
But you just said that before you transfer number, you want to make sure that there's no dispute, and you want the RIR to make sure that the thing is appropriate. So I don't see what you are trying to simplify anyway. So now let's look at the statistic. This is the IPv4. On the left side, this is the IPv4 allocation from AFRINIC. And you can see I hear people are saying that we have a exponential need. But you can see, like from 2016, the allocations have dropped. Look at the data there. Look at the data there. So apparently, look like there are some people who need numbers. They're not coming for the numbers right now, because AFRINIC is still in phase 1 of the soft landing, where AFRINIC is allocating a /13, unlimited /13. Those who need the numbers are not coming for the numbers through the statistic. But you're saying that there is a need, so Africa needs some numbers from outside. And if ARIN deploy IPv6, ARIN is going to give us IPv4. Guys, were you around? We've been discussing entire RIR transfer for the last 5 years. I think we need to visit the history and see. We've said that where we are now, AFRINIC still have some resources. We have intra-RIR transfer policy. Let's see how it goes, okay? And then AFRINIC still have numbers. The Jeff Houston prediction said that AFRINIC will start phase 2 in March next year. And when we are in the phase 2, AFRINIC can still allocate /22 unlimited. Okay, so where is the need? Why are we rushing, etc.? I say we should open. And my brother, he also said something. He said something. He said, Africa only have 4%. And why are we not allowing the people to give us numbers? We asked the global community. Africa was the late to come. Give us more number when we are doing the soft landing. They refuse. Now the same people are saying, before we give you V4, you must give us some. You must give us some before we give you. This is the deal. This is the deal. Give us some, but Africa only have 7/8 for the whole continent. They are saying, before we give you, you should give us some. So guys, let's think about it. But you see the statistic of allocations. Now, if we look at, I'm going to finish on this one. Go to the transfer on the NRO Go to the transfer. The transfer. Wait. No. The transfer before. Total number. No, again. Previous one. No. There is a no. There is something missing. There is a statistic on the same document mentioning the intra, which clearly shows that there are more data moving inside the region than outside the region. And this statistic you showing, do you know since this started, the global community started the IPv4 transfer since 2011. So if from 2011 to 2019, this is what you are seeing. This is the number you are claiming. This 7.8, which is above 1/8, is the one which moved from ARIN to AP from 2011.
Thank you very much. We move to the.
Let me address it.
Okay.
First and foremost, sir, this data is not from me. It's from the NRO. And I got all the slides, I referenced it. I did not remove any slide. That's number one. Before I go into your points, I want to ask, is there any data you have to show the growth potential of Africa? That's number one. Number two, why have other regions implemented this? Number three, you say we have enough resources to do us, and must Africa wait until the resource exhausts? AFRINIC staff here has told us what we have and how long it will take to exhaust, most likely. So I don't understand your point in that exactly. When the staff are telling us we are running out of this. And number four, I said it earlier, these things are not political statistics. These resources are tools. So these transfers are for business needs. If you choose to stick to intra-area transfer, you're encouraging this exact thing you're talking about, which is people hoarding resources, people making it hard to come by. And I don't know how you think you can recover it and make it get distributed evenly as needed. Thereby, you're making it difficult for people to come in, bring in their services to the region. So the data you're telling me and you're flaunting doesn't really do you well because you contradict yourself in them.
We'll go to the mic in front.
Let him respond.
I have to respond.
Okay.
So I said, and I'm going to repeat this, because you were claiming that there is exponential huge need of numbers. Then we are looking at data. Then,
Coach, can you please switch off your microphone? Thank you.
I said, what is the need? What is the need? AFRINIC have IP address, but we've seen that the allocation rate has dropped in a period where we have announced that we are running out, and people are not rushing to come to the pool to get the IP. So the issue is to show me where the need, where the exponential need is for now. And this one, I said, this is a statistic from 2011 till now. Okay. It's showing you that
I don't know if AFRINIC
the expectation of number moving is not as you guys are thinking.
Okay, thank you very much. Move to the mic in front.
Bonjour, Souali du Maroc. Comme étant consultant en entreprise.
Good morning, I'm from Morocco. I'm a consultant and I believe that as an entrepreneur and consultant in the IT world, I participate in various international events. We speak about growth in the system, and I believe that there's some blockage with regard to this growth. And this blockage undermines the existence, be it in Morocco or in Europe. First of all, it has to do with legislation, the legal aspects, the hierarchy. Sometimes deal with these specific issues, but they underline things to grow at regional level. And we speak about trying to have African companies that we want them to grow in order for them to do business. So, in other words, it undermines all the process. What we need is strategy of growth focused companies. Now we're speaking about Africa. Maybe the technology might develop so that we can have development. But how can we adapt this type of growth in future if at the moment Africa is an emerging continent, and how will it be in world leadership and a technological point of view? I believe that there's a blockage with some laws that undermines that specific growth at continental level and does not open the doors. We are trying to add value, but when we look at statistic data from 2011, the old statistic that we speak about exchange information about 70 million and other members of IP, the statistics is low, so I support these policies.
Thank you very much. We move to the mic at the back.
Yeah, hello. My name is Afonso Dani, CEO Cloud Inspire and also Cloud Solution Architect working in France. And I just want to pinpoint a point. It's like the system of the 5 area are made on the need basis, isn't it? The system of the 5 area was built on the system of the need basis. So you need the resources and they give it to you, isn't it? And then we have a system now who is trying to help a company inside a system to be a kind of a small registry inside the registry. So we are breaking the model completely by the policy you are putting on the table. So are we going to break the model that we are using since before to regulate the resources we are giving, or are we going to come up with something to help the small companies to grow by going to their normal regional registry to get resources? So because this is the idea behind the system of registry. But what we are bringing now is breaking completely this rule. It's like now I can be a registry providing resources to another company. So we have registry inside registries. This is what I'm saying in your proposal. So if this is the way we are going, yeah, feel free to support it and we can agree on this new way of this new business model and we are good for it. But if not, I don't think that this one it can fit enough in this process. Thank you.
Can we have the mic in front, please?
From remote participation, I know Amelina from Togo. I would like the authors of this policy to tell us why AFRINIC, which only has 4% of internet resources distributed based on need, must leave these resources spoiled by the other regions, which they had received larger numbers than us. Thank you.
I'll still give time for remote participation so that we have all the comments. You can just still collect them. But can we have those on the mic so that we keep collecting on the remote? Then we'll do them after. We're going to have time for the remote participants after. Yes, thank you. Can we have the person on the mic in front, please?
Je m'appelle Trésor Chilumba, je suis de la RDC.
I'm Tazot Chilumba from DRC. Everything that I'm seeing is Africa is always complaining about everything and complaining about nothing. Because up to now, the only argument that I've seen is that people want to move forward, but we've got few resources and we don't want to take advantage of those resources. I support this policy because you see that we've got the few resources, but people don't want to use the resources. Because this attitude of being a victim of victimizing ourselves, because we always have the terms of someone who have a lot to lose. As distinguished colleagues, I would like to ask, we have to follow globalization, as we know, and nowadays we are moving into an open world where the regions at present we're not going to eliminate any borders, but we need to have a good collaboration between different regions. Nelson Mandela said, if you want to move faster, you have to walk along. If you want to go beyond, you have to move together. I don't know if you paid attention to this statistic that was presented. We spoke about Africa that has 3.5% in terms of resources. It's about 3.5%. And these are the results that are left. But we think that this 2.5% will be used by others who have over more 90% of resources to provide to us. So what I see is a way of hiding ourselves behind a principle of optimization. It's a thing that we've been debating about it for years. I believe that Africa should open up to the world and learn how to become more competitive than always using the system of protectionism and not saying that we have to protect what we have. I don't know why you are still going around this topic when that after 6 months, this 3.5% of resources that we've left is about to exhaust. So if what my situation about tomorrow, we have enough resources, it's time for us to allow the transfer of address between regions so that we can be mobilized and achieve one of the objectives of sustainable development goals. So I support these policies, but I believe that each participant in this conference room can support this policy and that will allow us to go and have more resources and reserve when our stock becomes exhausted. Thank you very much.
Can you respond now?
I'd like to say thank you to the last speaker. I wouldn't have said it better. Someone asked the question, why do I think Africa still needs more when we are not having so much demand and we're not utilizing the intra-IRR system that exists? But if AFRINIC can, anyway, I wouldn't want to bother the staff to show, but I can tell you for free that from 0.66% of what is allocated to Africa in 2018, we have gone half of what is left as of today. And as the day goes by, we become increasingly hungry for data and connectivity. Most people here have 2 devices, and at home, they have multiple devices connected to the internet. We're talking about Internet of Things, which Africa will eventually embrace in no short time because technology moves very quickly. To change my mic. Okay, so yes, there will be an increasing need for connectivity, for internet. In Africa, countries like DRC still have less than 15 or 18% internet connectivity. And basically, taking Egypt, Kenya, Egypt, Nigeria, and like 3, 4, 5 countries, most countries are less than 50% internet penetration. The majority of African countries are under 20%, which means there are people begging to be connected. So do we have to wait till we go into that crisis before we can come up to the table to request for a policy like this? What people are asking us to do is wall ourselves in, starve ourselves, and suffocate ourselves until we wake up one day and realize that we don't have these resources, because scarcity affects prices. So if you want to stimulate scarcity within the region, these resources will keep becoming increasingly hard to access and too pricey. So I believe that sorts that out. And for the person that was talking about creating micro or nano RIRs within the system, no RIR owns any resource. They administer these resources. So when the resources being administered exhaust, you can't come to my, I'm giving a hypothetical situation here. My father cannot come to my house and tell me how to cook a food I bought myself, because once these resources go to the owners, the system can only administer but not control how they are utilized. So trying to control these things creates unnecessary complexity. I don't want to repeat myself, but it goes against the principle of ease of doing business, which is a catalyst for growth. Thank you.
Hello. There was a question about small companies not gaining from the need base, if I'm right. Is that what you asked? I think small companies will actually gain more from the need base being eliminated, because if you check regions that have need base in their transfer policies or in their policies as well, they have a lot of stockpilers. But small companies at this time have bare resources to get what they want. So they get what they want and use it to do business. So I think it's opening the doors for small companies. And also regions like RIPE don't have need base, and you can see from the statistics that RIPE is also still getting way more than they're giving out. So I think the need base doesn't really have a negative effect on small companies. Rather, it helps small companies grow. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you. Can we have the mic at the back, please?
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from Morocco. I'm from architecture school, and I support this policy. The mic is on, gentlemen, the mic. And I salute this proposal. It was really well proposed in an intelligent way. Developed Africa doesn't mean an Africa closed by itself, but the history shows that we are in a critical situation and in need situation. So Africa has a minority in terms of resources. The presentation on statistics, numbers and graphs, we are in the needs according to all regions, and some regions are a little bit advanced and some other less developed. It is seen in the bare eyes. So there is an openness to world in Africa needed. The freedom in transferring resources and addresses has a favorable impacting trade environment in Africa. If we want to see Africa developing, we have to see this policy, but we have to see the development. We are back. We are very, very late. So this is the solutions, and I support the policy.
Front, please.
My name is Valerie Yeager from Kenya. I'm from the University of Nairobi School of Law. I tend to struggle with this policy, especially in terms of regulation. Just like my brother Alpha said, you see, when you say that there will be elimination of the need basis and you're talking about businesses agreeing amongst each other without the use of the RIR, that opens up the question of regulation. It opens up the question of control. Who then knows what is happening? And also, You mentioned about there will be no limit to the size of resources being transferred both ways. My question is, does this really satisfy the service to Africa, or does it satisfy the highest bidder, the person who can pay more? Are you really serving Africa? Is it sustainable for us to have this policy? Thank you.
We'll take the mic at the back, please.
Thank you, Chair. My first statement is to ask you to discipline somebody for me. I remember one of the first speakers attempted to bias community working group's mind against one of the three proposals. In my opinion, that is not healthy for this community. It is outright divisive, and we are working hard to try and unite. So if you want someone to support your policy, say so. But to say, don't do for the other, to me, is not in good taste. Now I come to the policy of my family here. We all support transfer policies, but I am not sure about this one. And the reasons are the following. When I read the problem statement, it's not clear how the current process hinders the smooth business operation. It's not been established. Okay. The problem statement says aims to establish an efficient and business-friendly mechanism to allow normal resources to be transferred, etc., etc. What we want to be efficient with, in my opinion, is network operation. So you are supposed to do your business based on the network operation. So don't bring your problem to me. I'm saying my problem is to give you the resources so you can do your business. So when you start saying I should do my things for the work you are supposed to do, I have my own challenges. Okay, so let's bear that in mind. LRRs do not own the resources. Let's get it straight. Okay? The resources are held in trust by the IRRs for the entire Africa, our network development. So to begin to think that LRRs own the resource and so they can transfer, they can do this, is the wrong direction. Wrong direction. If you don't need the resource, bring it back to AFRINIC. If somebody else wants it, that person can get it, if he can demonstrate the need. A lot of the arguments I heard, because you are talking at a very high level business, tend to become speculative. Okay, it's high level business. Well, I want to talk about network operation, how your numbers are being used, how your network is growing. I don't want to talk about your business, okay? I want to talk about how your network is growing. Let's also be careful here. You said reciprocal. That's not the only thing. And compatible need basis in the transfers is compatible need basis. Okay? So when you read the transfer policies of these other RRs, pay attention to that. It's not as simple as reciprocal, okay, but it's also compatible need-based policies, okay? So if you begin to remove those things, you may think you are reciprocal, but you are not. Now, let me give you another thing about the reciprocal. All of the RRs hold back some resources. All of them, if you go and look, there are some things reserved which are not transferred. Okay? So there's nothing wrong if somebody says that a portion of the numbers are not being transferred either. I mean, think about it. Maybe there's is a slash, you know, some small slash. Okay, but yours, because you have, you know, small number of numbers, your slash is slightly bigger. Fine. But it's not like everything can move. It's never like that. Go and read all of those policies, you'll see. The last comment I like to make is that we have an intra-IR policy. That is what you are trying to amend. It would have been much better, because it's a new issue, okay, for you to write a fresh policy than to be amending the existing intra-IR policy, because inter is significantly different. So I would have preferred that you derive a fresh, inter policy than to be amending the existing one. And that would be the advice I will give you. Please, this no holdback period and any limit and any number of times sounds deadly. It means I can form a company, come transfer, come transfer, come transfer. That means I'm running a leasing business. And there's nothing that slows you down also. So if that's the nature of the business, within 24 hours, I can come and take everything out, because you're weakening need basis. You're not putting a limit on how many times I can come. You're not putting, it's challenging, Anyway, good luck.
Thank you very much. Do you want to?
Good day, everyone. Talking about the points raised by the fellow from Senegal, there's from Kenya, Senegal, Kenya, from Africa. So talking about the points raised by the fellow from Africa, there's moderation by the IRR in the policy proposed, because we said after the agreement is made, the agreement is sent to the IRR, who does this diligence check. Also, if there's no check, then a clerical staff from a big company can just come and transfer his resources to me. So the IRRs also check if that's the rightful holder of the resources. So the IRRs are fully involved and they moderate what's going on. Also, you said resources are going to leave Africa. I doubt that, because the statistics shown here shows that resources are actually leaving ARIN for every other place, because ARIN has a chunk of those resources. And those resources will come to Africa, because Africa had about 3.9% as at inception. So the remaining 96.1% are in other regions. So statistically, and some evidence shown, those resources will come to Africa. There was a comment by the grandfather of AFRINIC, sir. He said that this doesn't show compatibility with ARIN, from right. I think there's a similar policy in RIPE, and the pass compatibility. So I think this policy also passes compatibility, because there's a policy like this already being implemented in RIPE. So, then there's a 12-month hold period. So there's no you can come, go, come, go, come, go. There's a 12-month hold period. It's in the policy as well, in the proposal as well. So I might have missed some points, I guess.
To my sister from Kenya, Mwambo. Good. You asked if this policy serves Africa. If you look back at this, you find out that Africa's plate is empty. Africa needs to be served. So we are looking at a policy that will put Africa in a strategic position, because we are playing ourselves out of position. So yes, it serves Africa because it encourages business inflow. If you look at this data again, you find out that AFRINIC and ARIN are like technological hubs. So the users of these resources are predominant in this area, and you can see how resources go across them. They have the highest share of it, 17.8%. That is growth, that is exchange. Now you have the Googles, the Facebook, the Amazons, the Alibaba and Co. That is it there. So I think that sorts that. Professor, I just want to cite some things. You said the problem statement is an issue. I'm an engineer and an IT person, so I wouldn't say I'm an expert in literature, but I believe the text in the proposal solves that problem. So he talked about these resources being used to run networks, but networks are run for a purpose, and that purpose is business and communication. So a policy that facilitates ease in these things is what we need. So it's not about efficiency of these networks. When you talk about justification, I want to give an example of a business like Uber walks up to you and tells you they want to start a taxi company and they have no cars. It is hard to justify that. It looks like it's confusing. So justification is quite logical. It's quite logical and quite relative, sorry, because a very fantastic business idea, if I come and tell you an idea, I understand it immediately, know that it's not foolproof. So certain entities that have come out to be disruptive forces in the tech space nowadays are ideas that appeared complex. So that way I come with a fine idea like an Uber, and because you don't understand it, it's not justifiable and it knocks it off. So in an open market system, it encourages understanding, because I need these resources and I go to you and I tell you I need these resources and we have an agreement, and then we reference the RIRs to straighten this out. So I believe that sorts that out. Does Africa have a reserve like other RIRs? AFRINIC can answer that. And if we don't have a reserve, I don't think I have an answer to that, because we need to know why don't we have a reserve. So the question is not for me to answer, it's for the staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are running short of time. We're supposed to be on the second policy by now, and we're still on the first policy, and the queue is still good. Please, I need your help. Is there anybody that has something different from what has already been said this morning that wants to say that is still at the mic? Okay. The problem is I'm running short of time. Okay, what we can do is I can give everybody 30 seconds to say what you want to say. And the authors will respond after. Yes, go on.
Yeah? What? Okay.
Excuse me, I would like to have a point of order, please. I raised this issue yesterday about we have 3 policies to discuss and the 3 are about the same issue. Sorry. I'm Maimouna Diop from Senegal. And you told me you have to follow the program. Then please, we are on the discussion.
We are trying to follow the program, and that is why we have to follow the timing. So what we're going to do is, I will have to do this at giving some discussions, and we have to probably stick to the 30 seconds. Thank you. The microphone, then we'll take all the questions, then the authors will respond after.
Good morning. My name is Chris from Nigeria National Assembly. I looked through the policy, and I want to first of all congratulate the 2 young men at the front who came up with this smart and intelligent policy. Yes, I call it smart and intelligent policy because I am seeing another dimension which you didn't really bring close to the people. When we are being scared of giving out our resources to other regions, stating that we already have intra and inter is not permitted, or a new policy should come up to address that, beginning to get concerned whether we are afraid of competition as Africans, or we are trying to hold back on what we have. Probably we don't have much counter argument to stop. Yes, it's, so many people, of course, everybody has his own opinion and his own concern and his own view, because you talk sometimes based on your own perception or your own thinking about an issue. But I'm looking at this as an opportunity for we to step up our games in terms of competition. We step up our games in terms of business. Now, look at this. I'm from this region, and tomorrow I relocate to another region. And I'm getting it difficult to get resources there. Is this policy not a way forward to solve my problem? That's a way forward. So remember, I'm an African, I'm in that region, and I'm finding it difficult to get resources. I should talk to someone I know that has resources in the region to assist me with that. And in that case, the ease of doing business is fantastic. So I want us to look at this as a business model, not just trying to make money by selling resources, but empowering ourselves, whether within or without. Thank you so much.
Thank you. To the mic at the back.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You have truncated all our questions, so let me go direct to the point instead of my questions. I would like to respond briefly with Alan's issues about needs. I can see that there's so much potential on this proposal since there's so much interest from the community. But the needs keep occurring, okay? And the question I would have asked was, what will be the projection of our resources in the next 12 months? Okay, do we still have enough addresses in our pool to accommodate the growth, the needs in the next 5 years, as an example? So there's no doubt we need to improve to create flexibility in terms of our policy so as we can be able to have more of our populace connected. We know ICT is definitely going to be the catalyst for sustainable development goal, and we are really lagging behind. So, but I will leave most of my comments. I will engage him later, and I will post it on the mailing list. But the fundamental question is, what is going to be our projection in terms of the available resources we have in the next 12 months? Then the question of whether we need it or we don't need it will now arise. Thank you.
Very much. We'll take the mic in front.
Okay, Luca from Nigeria. There is this particular saying that you are supposed to make friends with the owner of a ferry before the rainy season, because rainy season, water overflows, you can't cross. So if we do not take these actions now, we would rather react to the need for this IPv4 when it comes. Because if we say we have to wait, that means you have to allow the sickness to kill you before you go to hospital. You're already dead. We have to take the actions now. Jody says something and I agree with him. Either way, we need an inter-IRR transfer. Simple. Then secondly, you talked about, people kept on repeating need-based assessment. Now, need-based assessment, when it comes to efficiency, that's, you are talking about forces of demand and supply. It doesn't rest with individual. It rests with that invisible hand that determines who gets what and how. If you do that, the need-based now shifts from AFRINIC to that invisible hand that does not respect the individual. It's not subjective, rather objective. So I believe that the need-based is just shifting from AFRINIC from all the registries rather to a hand that determines how resources are allocated efficiently. So with that, with this proposal, thank you.
The mic at the back, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Daniel from Nigeria. I just want to establish one thing, which all of us have agreed that we are going to run out of our resources. And I'm happy that definitely we will not be that foolish not to have something reserved that we cannot give out for whatever reasons, because there will be a crisis situation that reserve will be used. Because when I was growing up with my grandfather, we don't eat up everything before the next harvest. There's always a reserve that just in case the harvest is not too good. So in that basis, my projection or my look is beyond the point of what we have now, which has not been allocated. I'm looking at the point at when everything is gone except the reserve. And I'm happy to know that that point is very, very close. And preparing for that point is what I see this proposal looking at. Preparing to be at the point that, okay, I have given out all that I have, and all that I have is reserved, and I can't give that out. And then somebody is moving into my domain, and I told him, if you are coming, please, I don't have enough food. Come with your food. But then the people, the country where he's coming from, so I'm tidying up,
the country he's coming from said, well, where you're going, they don't allow food to come from their own place. So I won't allow you to take your own food along. That is what I'm saying, because we are so much in need of FDI, that is foreign direct investment, in most of the, because that's what you hear our leaders talking every day, FDI, FDI. So if a investment is coming and is coming with his own IP and the policy says you can't move with your own property into that place, then you find out that you lost out on that business. Thank you.
Mic in front, please.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Laurent Tumba from DRC. If you allow me, according to the participation, I see the participation is whole, and I am very astonished to see that the African community, which has few resources, is saying that the selling or trying to making the limited transfer of resources will grow in our business. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. The globalization, I have heard about globalization, but I say that my country, DRC, has resources explored by mercenary. I think that the current policy of transference, which works that you bring to us here, it is also valid, but I do not see any reason that should change the regulations and be full open. The exchange among continents, we see the current situation between China and the US are the powerful forces. I do not understand. In spite of discussing about development of connectivities and growing in terms of connectivities, we are discussing how to facilitate transferring our resources which are scarce. We have to be shame of us. Those that defend these positions, if we globalize and we develop, it is not possible. The transfer between Africa do exist, but let's start by transferring resources among us African and move on. IPv6, while when Africa is going to enter IPv6, sorry, co-chair, this is important. So we do not have infrastructure. You cut my word, but today I have to speak. Sorry about that. Africa need resources. In my country, DRC, the connectivity is really very limited, it's weak. When the SP chairperson, why don't we develop? Because we do not have infrastructures. And AFRINIC is coming to tell us that the resources are not enough. We do not have resources. China, Japan. Please, let's keep in Africa and share this among us. And then we'll see if we need to have some surplus. We need to grow. The current regulation is valid, can really support, but I beg that these regulations is destroying our resources. Tell us how 3% that we have, it is important that African can decide to sell these fuels 3%. Please. Please, when I do this, your name is, your time is up.
Thank you very much. One thing that I realized that we have a snake in our midst, and this snake is on our foot, and we are trying to shoot the snake, which with the on our foot, and our foot is in the mouth. I am so much not in support of this policy because of a few reasons. One, we are forgetting the history of the formation of AFRINIC. These resources were picked from different pools to allow the network growth within the Africa region. And we have not yet achieved an effective network within Africa region. And here comes, we want to
transfer our little resources to the other regions, why can't we leave Africa to organically grow, both in its network infrastructure, in its development? Our co-authors have done a very good research regarding to building businesses and how sustainable are these businesses. But according to my little knowledge of business, if we have resources that are in the region, let's use the resources that are in the region. If someone wants to come and increase the resources in the region, there should be preconditions. One, does the region have the resources that we need to be able to improve our businesses? Yes. Then let's go and utilize the resources that are in the region and not come with our resources. And here comes, if we are coming with our resources, the condition should be the region has no resources to enable our businesses to grow. So we come up with new investment opportunities. So right now, Africa is not ready for investment opportunities to bring resources from out of the region, but we can fully maximize the resources within the Africa region to be able to flourish our growth. Maybe they transfer to Africa, but not from Africa, because we have like approximately 7. Another region has 40, another region has 100, and so forth. You'll discover that out of all this, what Africa has is just a little bit, a pinch of what is in the reserve space of the other resources. So why should we kill our reserve space, or why should we pass the policy that is going to destroy our reserve space, whereby once the need comes, we are not going to be able to achieve it? Here, probably you have to think about switching the word. Instead of need, it is a want. Because a want is something you just want it for luxury. Excuse me, just 1 more minute. We just wants are just simply luxuries. Right now, we're looking at the need of these resources in the dignity transformation and the dignity growth for Africa region. And then, not to come with the resources, let's fully utilize and get the margins. And I'll ask probably the AFRINIC staff if they can be able to project for us how the allocation blocks of inter-RIR, you have the intra-RIR transfer policy, have they been effectively been used? If yes, in case the intra-RIR hasn't been effective, then what can be done? I think this policy is a snake on our foot that we are going to shoot ourselves in, and we die. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. We hope we are not going to die. We'll take the mic in front.
Hi. Hello, hi. My name is Mohammed Redman from Nigeria. When you look at these regional internet registries, actually the last one to evolve is AFRINIC, and it has the smallest resources. And if you look at the movement of all the IP blocks, what do you think is the reason for this movement? I want to ask you, what's the reason, please, for this movement? You can see that almost everything is coming from ARIN to RIPE NCC to an APNIC. What is the reason?
Okay, I can tell you this. IP resources move with respect to need in terms of business. So a lot of businesses from the ARIN region has gone global. This is globalization. So if you are going
I can assure you, stop from that. Okay. You are not right. You are not correct. They are moving because of economy of scale, because the prices are cheaper. RIPE NCC is cheaper, APNIC is cheaper, they are moving. And some of them are moving because of the legacy IP addresses that we are allocated to individuals that have huge blocks, and therefore they are selling it to those regions because they need it. And that's why you see this movement. We are proposing a policy. There is unintended consequences and unintended consequences of these policies. What happens if we take a policy and we open up and every single resource moves out of AFRINIC because it's more expensive than RIPE NCC? What mitigation technique do you have to stop that? Because you see, my major worry is that AFRINIC is doing so much within the African continent and more awareness. I am running the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, and I have presence in almost every single geopolitical zone in Nigeria. I can authoritatively tell you that there's a city called Kano that has 20 million people. Out of those 20 million people, there are only right now 2 ASN numbers. One is one ISP, the second one is another small organization that is trying to evolve. Why are Africans not using ASN and IP address? Because they lack awareness. Why are we still not going to school? Why are we still not being educated? Because people perceive that there is no need for that. And that is my major concern. I am from Nigeria and I saw so many Nigerians here. Unfortunately, I don't know any of you. I run the largest network in Nigeria. I interconnect everyone. I am also running the registry of Nigeria.ng. I'm the president. I don't know you, and I don't know any one of you. I don't know why all my members, MTN and the rest, are not here. You are here. Do you have membership of the exchange point? Are you connected to the exchange point? You see, the issue is we have to be really careful why some people are coming here to promote policies that will really create disruption. Thank you.
Merci pour la parole. C'est Nico Chintou de la République démocratique du Congo. J'appuie l'intervention de tout à l'heure parce que.
Thank you very much for the intervention. In DRC, I work with internet suppliers and I'm encouraging suppliers of content at local level. I would like to say that the proposal as it is bad. We need to allow that proposal. It is dangerous for the future of Africa. Africa has few resources. We have resources and we are likely to grow compared to other continents. I believe that we need to grow. But they're trying in a simple way to make a proposal to transfer resources to other regions of Africa. But tomorrow, when the request from Africa becomes intensive, are we going to use access to of the resources across some regions as private companies? So some companies, they can get our resources and break the laws. So be Africans and be aware of what's happening nowadays. One of the game that you're trying to play, I'd like to advise you to remove that proposal and let Africa grow at their own pace. At their own pace. When we reach other people's level, that's when we speak about development. Some of my colleagues before us, they spoke about resources. What kind of resources are we talking about? Everybody has resources. But the market registration of some request on how they are managed. You know to manage it. Do you know it academically? But don't have practical knowledge. So we need our resources. We need our resources. When our resources become exhausted, we are going to see how we are going to make exchange with others. These resources belong to us. Leave us alone and put aside that proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Morning.
Okay.
My name is Maimoun Najib. I'm from Senegal.
Not coming.
I would like to thank you to give me this opportunity to talk about this policy. Jody, you have your headphones, please. So I will speak in French after. So you will need your headphone. I know you understand French, Jody. My first point with Jody, if you agree with, if you support this policy, perhaps you will be able to switch your proposal with this policy and give the opportunity to the third policy to make his presentation and be discussed. It was what I understand at your statement this morning. Now I will speak in French because I would like everyone to be aware of what is transfer. Le transfert se produit.
The transfer is done when there's IP address, and this number is transferred in a legal source where there's a destination to another legal destination. Here we have the source as a destination. As you can see, after different explanation that we listened to in the morning, Africa is policies to make this transfer effective. We don't reject a request So the question is, yesterday we saw a policy that was proposed by Jody on the distribution of IS number, and you said that when the staff receive a request, there's a part of the request that is rejected. And so that you don't reject any request, we need to deal with that request. I've been dealing or been using internet for many years. The way our resources are allocated, they are located in a database whereby the request should be justified. Why is that? We don't have, I don't support this policy. I believe it should be annulled, should also ask what we wanted before is not to have a first way to follow, and the way it is established won't have any positive results. So I believe that the results, I would like that whenever we implement this resource, it would be, I would like my children in future to benefit from the resources. You spoke about the business opportunities. I'm using, or I'm aware for a lot of startup. It could be good for business, you said. Some they're not member of AFRINIC, and they're not interested to become members of AFRINIC. Contrary to that, there won't be any business with this type of policy. From the beginning, in the morning, you give opportunity for people to talk. In my country, there's democracy. When you give the floor to a member and you don't allow the member to speak his mind, that's not fair. You do not tell us to speak or to give our comment according to specific time. You don't tell us to speak for 5 or 10 minutes. Let me speak, or you state the time that we're supposed to speak. If you have to speak for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that's okay. It's not because you're co-chair, not because that you're co-chair, that should let us talk. Not give us specific time to speak.
Please be clear with your rule. 4 minutes is 4 minutes, and everyone has 4 minutes, not more. Please, Chair. Let me just conclude. AFRINIC a une politique de transfert. Mais cette politique doit répondre à des critères.
There are criteria that was defined by AFRINIC. We cannot do things as we like. We need to stop with this drama. There are people behind us who want to speak, and I'm an open person. Lou worked a lot on the transfer, and I believe that when we look at the room, we are not hypocrites. We are giving our comments, we are arguing, but I believe that we should work in a civilized manner. For the Union of Africa, we are in the same boat. When we fall, everyone will fall at the same time in the water. Let's talk about the important issue. The unit of the content is necessary. The content has to move forward in unity and together. We have to look at our interests. We have to work for the African vision. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Honestly, please and please and please, I totally respect Madam Memuna. I give her total respect. She's somebody I have to give my respect to. But please, I don't have a choice. If not, I will tell the CEO, cancel the lunch because we're going to be in this room.
Bon, merci beaucoup, Président. Je m'appelle.
Thank you, Coach. I'm Alpha from DRC. To start, I would like to thank the authors of this proposal. Contrary to others, I'd like to give my point of view. And contrary to the regulating authority of Nigeria and others, I believe that since AFRINIC is a community, and as soon as someone has an idea, you can support this proposal or not. Maybe some of the colleagues are not known. Reason why some people are not supporting AFRINIC. I have nothing against this proposal because in a globalized world, and we exchange point of view, exchange ideas, and we also speak about proposal based on the need of creating business. I embrace the idea of this proposal. So when you speak about interchange, about IP, I'm putting myself as a business person. Now, with regard to this proposal, let's say with this policy, I'm going to buy all the address available as organization, for example. I'd like to apologize, Chair. Give me 2 more minutes. The danger is that
yesterday I was here. I was. I've not had. So you thought you hadn't given me so the go for speaking. So let me speaking if it's possible. Donc alors le danger c'est quoi?
The danger is that an organization can have a monopoly and putting my question is, what are the necessary measures to be taken so that there's no danger? So this IP address should be available according to the need of the community. I believe that it's good for us to have an exchange, but should protect the integrity and the privacy of the community.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Zarou Mamadou de l'AMRTP du Mali, le régulateur.
I'm Mamadou from Mali. I'm against this proposal because I believe that it's not necessary. Africa is the only region that has IPv4 resources available. If members of AFRINIC that have more address, if there's a need, each one can benefit from it. But if I allow each one to have IP address, we are going to create an African address. That's not it's not the case. You could have a general coordinator. I'd like to say if transfer in region is possible, why don't we do inter-African transfer? Reason why the intercontinental area of exchange of data is important, and IPv4 can lead us to IPv6. I don't agree because we should have our own resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take the mic at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariam Sulaiman from University of Ilorin, Nigeria. So I'm going to keep this short and simple since we're already running out of time. So I'm in support of this policy because I see no need for needs assessment when there is a seller that is willing to sell and there's a buyer willing to buy. So the two parties should come and I want to sell, you want to buy, and there's no dispute. So I believe you can go on with the transfer. And then I think this policy will also enable growth of internet in Africa as we are still lagging behind. And I think we Africans need to be open. We're open to the world and stop being afraid. And this policy will also enable effective utilization. So that's why I'm in support of this policy. Thank you.
Can we take the mic in front, please? How long? 1 minute? Yes, 1 minute. Okay.
Ok, professeur Fiama de la République démocratique du Congo.
I'm from DRC. Thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to thank that. Thank you. It was difficult for me to get the floor yesterday. The topic was hot. The colleagues before me, they are two authors, and we should support them and congratulate them. I would like to speak about your work. I'm a lecturer, and that allows me to understand what you did. Don't feel intimidated by authorities of your country or the world. Don't feel intimidated. The reason why sometimes it's difficult for people to appreciate the work that you did. This question is two specific axes. We're in the axis of logic and defend Africa. That suffers Africa, that's the victim of every nation. Or we should be pragmatic and look at the real world, that's the globalized world. We should exchange ideas, yes. The facts are here, and we are here to be more open. The thing is that we only have 3.5% of resources left. So will our participation be the same? Why are we refusing resources? I understood that we should exchange resources between us as Africans. That's an ideology. But what type of participation are we going to have for the future? So we should refuse WhatsApp, Facebook, we should reject everything. But when we are speaking about added value, it's something that people don't support. In DRC, they're stealing our resources, for example. They are stealing our resources and they're exploiting resources because our resources are necessary for mobile phones and other instruments. So I believe that we should work hard so that our participation is well used by us. We have few resources. No, we don't have few resources. That's not true. I would like to inform by saying that the chair here didn't give us the floor. Yesterday we didn't even leave me till time. We've got an idea, those who understood that we should move forward. Some believe that we should be pragmatic. The fact the fact present here, we've got resources to protect. By asking the same question, yes, we need infrastructure. So who is going to give us the infrastructure? We need apps at internet. The other people are the one who are going to give us. There's hypocrisy when you are rejecting something, when you cannot share it. I know that an African country can also manufacture this infrastructure. An African country can give us something, or can manufacture something equal to Facebook. We should be pragmatic, and we should make a balance of both issues. Thank you very much.
Eu ainda sou contrário a esta proposta.
I'm against this proposal. I'm against this proposal because if you have to go back, AFRINIC was the last organization to register. And we know that it was difficult at the time to get numbers to manage our network at the beginning. Currently, we've got everything built. I'm not seeing the need of moving in a quick pace. I believe that we should develop well our African ecosystem. Even the companies, the international companies wishing to develop or sell something for Africa, sometimes they're not able to do that because in the continent they don't manufacture the resources, but they receive their IP inside their continent, and part of the economy also remains in the continent. I believe that we have a lot of Africans who do not defend the African interest. The Africans working at the companies, and it's true that they should defend the interest that has nothing to do with Africa. And also they don't live in Africa anyway. They'll be living abroad, they have their life abroad, so they're not concerned about Africa. So, but us who live here in Africa, we should make sure that we consolidate and we develop our ecosystem the same way other continents have been doing it and other nations have been doing it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Can we take a remote now, please?
Yes. Okay. Question and comment from remote. We have must so put on your headset. We have many French comments. Frumen de Boruto from Mugano Hub, DRC Congo. Je suis d'avis que les ressources destinées à l'Afrique doivent rester en Afrique.
You stated that the resources should remain in Africa, making sure that our resources should not go abroad. My question is, what is AFRINIC doing on topics such as resources in the process of IPv4 transition and IPv6, and how can we benefit from them? The colleague from Togo stated that we cannot accept this policy. We have our university that's stopping the movement of these resources. I'm intrigued when I listen to people speaking about making money when AFRINIC is a non-profitable organization. Is a non-profitable organization. So if you are aware about the importance of this transition, about this internet transfer, we need to continue supporting this policy. My colleague from Cote d'Ivoire said that he does not support this policy because he knows that members of AFRINIC has a lot of resources that they would like to have transferred to RIN. And for the transaction, for the transfer, we like to transfer to happen without RIR permission. It to be illegal business. The business should be done here in Africa, so that this proposal is a bad policy for Africa. The African resources should remain in Africa. Thank you. Pascal from Madagascar. He said that the transfer
to apply the policy used by the other areas. My question is, what is your true opinion for the adoption of the policy? Because actually, the resource in AFRINIC is insufficient. It's not that other areas use a policy that AFRINIC has to follow the same policy. And on YouTube, the remote on YouTube, item. Do you know when did the other areas have transfer policies? What is it? Is it before or after they round out IPv4? Thank you.
Authors, I will give you 2 minutes to respond, please.
All right, thank you very much. A lot has been said, but I want to respond to one thing, starting from what he said, reference to what the professor from DRC said. One thing I'm very used to, and I want every young person here to pay attention. I'm a budding business person, and I can tell you I'm used to being rejected and stamped on. It's a trend in Africa. That is why in the African system, you see our growth is not anywhere near its potential because we are generally afraid of taking steps. We are generally afraid to dare. And globally, business are disruptive ideas from young people who see a system that is no more relevant with respect to its time. So there is fear. What I say is a conservative mindset and a pessimistic ideology. The truth remains that this is long overdue. If the resources in Africa is sufficient, we won't be here saying that we've exhausted over 70% of the minute quantity that was allotted to Africa. That is number one. And number two, if you look at technological growth between 2012 and 2019, you would agree with me that technology keeps coming into our everyday life. Take Kenya, take Rwanda, take Nigeria. You can see it gets in, technology comes into everything we do, every process we do, every business is going global. Now, for people who say we should maintain the intra, if it was the big corporation, sir, you asked me why MTN is not here, why other big networks are not here, and why you don't know any of us. The reason is that we are nobody. We are who Mark Zuckerberg was before he started Facebook. We are who Larry Page and his partner was before he started Google. So I cannot stand here being somebody until I start doing stuff, you know? And until someday when my ideas, my businesses become global, then you can say, oh yeah, I know that guy, he's been there. So this is me climbing that ladder. That's number one. I started my company, we were 4 partners, and due to difficulties we had in the system that is so resistive of change, 3 of my partners have left to foreign countries to set up themselves because it's an environment that enables them. Okay, so back to these resources, I didn't really see any truly structured argument against this because it is glaring. The region needs it. Look at Dubai. Dubai is a country that is in a place which is traditionally conservative, just like Africa, until someone came and said, let us open our doors and accept a system, a working system. Ideas came in, infrastructure came in, and Dubai is a destination. So now Africa, need for resources keep growing. And if you look at the graph, I wish the graph was open here to see how like this. Now, a small business who wants to get resource from the intra IR policy would have to tackle the need base, which means you need to invest a lot of money getting policy experts to understand the policy, create a justification, and come and stand in front of someone who doesn't understand or may not understand the need for that. And you just see yourself being the door thrown shut in your face all the time. I think we should be more open-minded, try and understand this, because we are at the end of a cliff, and if we don't put a beam to cross that cliff, someday we are going to come back here and be looking for mitigating policies, which I think the intra is not. It doesn't mitigate the looming crisis of resource scarcity. I don't know if you have anything to add to this.
I think most of the points here have been addressed.
Sorry, in 30 seconds.
I'd just like to introduce myself to Professor Dr. Chief Mohammed Rudman. I am Taiwo Oyewande from Africa. I work in Federal University Nigeria, a leading university in Nigeria. I'm a network administrator. I'm a PhD candidate in research on internet globalization. I will encourage you to get to know me because I am the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, honestly, please, I totally respect you so much, but please, we have to move on. We have to move to the next item of the agenda. One second. Okay, we have to go on break now, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Please, 10 minutes sharp, we're going to be back. 10 minutes. We're going to take a decision on this policy, but we're going to leave that until when we come back, when we've taken the other policies.
Let me just make a quick announcement, please, that we have a survey at the registration desk. And as a reward for your participation in the survey, you will get to win one of the latest iPads in the market right now. So please take a moment to go to the registration desk, scan what we have there, and participate in the survey. Thank you. Hello. I think we are about to start the next session, please. We take our seats. Please take our seats. If you need to still take your coffee, I think you can have it in your hand or on the table. But please have a seat as we start the next session. I think as you've seen from the first session, there's a lot to discuss, and it's imperative that we do that quickly.
The time?
Yep.
How many minutes you have for this?
Mr. Moses.
Yeah. How many minutes more for this? And like control the time. What
Okay.
time you starting? What time you finish?
Okay.
Thank you very much. We're going to start now. The next Jody, please go on. Yeah.
Okay, so what is the scope of this proposal? What happens today is that mergers, acquisitions, and all this kind of business operations don't have today an AFRINIC policy, okay? In most of the registries, not all of them, actually only AFRINIC and RIFE, This is governed by process.
Chair, could you double check if the mic is on?
I think this is wrong, because that basically means that the community has no control on those kinds of transfers, because at the end it's a kind of transfer. It's true that it's a transfer because there is an operation between two companies, okay? But we need to decide within the community scope, and that's the PDP, if we want to allow that or not. That's what I am proposing here. So there is not any section in the actual policy manual about that. So I don't have, like in previous presentations, 2 columns. It's just the text that I am proposing. And the idea is that AFRINIC will process those transfers for mergers and acquisitions. Never mind, we are talking about ISPs or enterprises, because that happens all the time. And what we are telling AFRINIC is to look for some documents that prove that, okay? So I am just using 3 examples of documents that in the actual procedure.
We are having feedback. We are having feedback. Is there any?
Decision is a different case, and in different countries.
We are having feedback. Is there any mic on? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And this is the very important difference here. I am only acknowledging intra-RIR mergers and acquisitions. Why? Because as we have seen in the previous presentation, there is a lot of discussion and there is not an agreement yet in the community if we should allow transfers from other or among other regions, okay? So everybody accepts internal transfers, that's clear, because we have already a policy for that. But not everybody is accepting that, for example, a company from Netherlands buy a company from Africa and bring the resources to Netherlands. So at the moment, we can discuss it later, maybe in 1 year or 2 years after now, we will decide if the community changes his mind. At the moment, I am only recognizing these transfers within the scope of the region. And that's it. I put some references. In this proposal, I am allowing transfers for merger and acquisitions for both IPv4, IPv6, and ASNs. In LACNIC, we have a discussion in the community. Initially, I had a proposal for the 3 types of resources as well. Some people was opposing to IPv6. Some people was in favor of only allowing IPv4 or ASNs. So finally, in LACNIC, I presented 3 different proposals, 1 for each type of resource. Fortunately, all the 3 proposals reached consensus already a couple of weeks ago. So it's exactly the same situation as what I am proposing here. So again, just to make it short, what I am proposing is mergers and acquisitions become part of the PDP, so they fall in the control of the community, not just the decision of the staff. And we only allow at the moment, we can change it later, mergers and acquisitions within the region for both IPv4, IPv6, and ASN. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi. On to the impact assessment. Okay. So our understanding of the proposal, a new section in the CPM was introduced, and it shall accommodate any transfer-related policies in a single place. All types of resources can be transferred, IPv4, IPv6, and AS numbers. The recipient organization still has to justify the needs for the resources and comply with all existing policies. if required, for example, if the recipient is not a member already or has an old RSA, I think, yeah, the new RSA may need to be signed by the resulting company or companies. That's to comply with AFRINIC business rules as well. The policy proposes, leaving the required supporting documentation up to be determined by staff, okay? And we do have the guidelines that has documented the needs. Is it the intent to still allow AFRINIC staff to use the guidelines, at least in regard to the documentation? Okay, that's fine. And the statement, resource transfers due to mergers, acquisitions, reorganizations, or relocations. Can the author clarify what is meant by relocation, preferably with an example? Okay, I'll finish and then you can take over. And transfers, okay, so some information about those resulting to M&As must also be published. Right now, the publication of transfers, whether it's M&A or policy transfer, happen automatically. Once they're executed, we update our transfer logs and we check the syntax of the transfer log. So we have M&A and we have policy transfers. If you have different types of mergers, acquisitions, reorganizations, or relocations, are you intending AFRINIC to publish the nitty-gritty, or like, is it a merger? Is it an acquisition? Is it a reorganization or relocation? Or it can simply be published as a merger and acquisition in the transfer log? M&A is fine. All right, thank you. And yeah, because if you had said otherwise, then we would have had to trigger a deeper impact analysis to check, at least to ensure that they are replicated in the transfer logs as the policy would state. And yeah, okay. Right, sorry, I think there's... Yeah, yeah, so still, there was an input on the RPD list as well. We've put it in the SAS because we didn't know whether you will already take it into consideration, take that input into consideration. Okay, so some of the information to be published would have the implicated org names, resulting resources transferred, and type of M&A. All right, so if the type of M&A has to be detailed, all right, then we need to provide, to investigate further so that how we can implement that. Yep, basically that's it. Okay, now for the policy implementation timeline, it can be done within the PDP timelines because we are already doing M&As. And there has been an element of automation as well. So switching from a guideline to a policy, that is doable as long as the policy doesn't entail a rework of the rules. Okay, thank you.
Basically, you said it. I am not trying to change the way you do today. I am just trying to get the community controlling this. And the only possible change, which I am not even sure it happened before, maybe you maybe can confirm, is have you ever had a case of an M&A, which a company from another region, or usually it's always inside Africa? Because that defines the thing.
So far, the M&As we have processed, or even like perhaps I say not processed, not been able to process, were acquisitions being done within the region, okay? And in any case, if it's an M&A outside the region, that the recipient is outside the AFRINIC service region, if it happens now, we'll say there's a lack of policy to allow inter-RIR transfer of the resources from AFRINIC to another region for the purpose of a merger and acquisition, it will be denied. Okay. So yeah, the relocation here is what? Within the region or outside?
No. Okay. First, you said precisely what I wanted to hear, that right now, if an inter-RIR comes to AFRINIC table, you will not be able to take a decision because your internal procedure don't state it. So with the policy, we are stating it clearly. And then the community can decide in another round or in 1 year or 2 years from now if they want to allow it, because now we don't have consensus on that, and we don't have consensus for any of the 3 types of resources. Now, relocation. I know that everybody reads perfectly M&A for all the cases, but I wanted to make it a more complete coverage of all the possibilities. I want to state that if a company moves from one country to another, it's possible as well. That's a relocation or a reorganization or a partial M&A, because all these cases happen. I am not changing the concept of what you are doing today and what are you understanding with your guidelines, but I am just trying to be more clear that it covers all the possible cases. Anything related to business between companies in terms of mergers and acquisitions, whatever you call, it's within this. That's the idea of talking that. And I use specifically relocation because I am thinking, maybe I am wrong, that in the future, the community can change his mind and allow inter-RIR and A. So then our policy will be done. What we will do? Remove inter-RIR and we are done for all the cases. Okay, so it will be a very simple change when and if the community agree on that. That's the thing.
Thank you for the clarification. But this policy is for M&As within the AFRINIC service region. So the resources can migrate, for example, from an organization in South Africa to an organization in Kenya, because the org in Kenya acquired the there has been a merger or an acquisition of the organization in South Africa, and the resources are to be put there. Okay, intra-RIR. It's intra-RIR M&A, okay? Right, thank you. Intra, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to put in the screen the slide again, but it was the wrong slide set. Okay, right now, let's see. Yeah. So already ready for questions, if any question.
We'll take comments. I will take 5 comments, just 5, please.
So this is the important thing. I am restricting it to intra-RIR at the moment. And
sorry, we have 5 people already at the mic. If we have more time, we're going to take more comments.
Hello? Can I start?
Please.
Okay, Daniel from Nigeria.
Please, you have 1 minute. I'm going to have a timer here, and I'm going to show you so that you will see. Please, just state your most important points.
We have our beautiful ladies that are moderating. Please help us
well, for me, it's
regulate.
That since we're not talking of inter-RRI, now this one also will have to hold until we get that sorted, so that it will only make sense if we have RRI transfers, then this will make sense. However, I see merger and acquisition, even if I'm coming from outside the AFRINIC region and I'm buying a company in Africa, do I have to get the resources of that company out since I want to run the company within Africa? So it doesn't make sense that I need to take
As I understand, all the justification for getting resources is that you justify that you are offering the service here. So if you come from outside Africa and you provide services here, it's fine. Is that right?
So that the current M&A guideline serves. So I think we should stick to what we have for now. Thank you. So I'm not supporting the proposal for now.
The mic at the back, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have some challenges with this policy. I think even the title is problematic for me. If we are discussing mergers and acquisitions, we'll discuss that. But suggesting there's a transfer occurring when mergers occur actually gives me the feeling that your intention is transfer. And I'm not sure that's what we want to do. If there's mergers and acquisition, you handle it as mergers and acquisition. If there's transfer, you handle it as transfer. So in essence, I'm questioning the problem statement as mixing the two things. And I'm surprised that staff procedure was mentioned as not optimal without giving further reasons why it's not optimal. As far as I'm concerned, this is an administrative issue, and it may require compliance with certain laws, including laws of Mauritius. And so by going with this policy, you are disempowering the organization AFRINIC. I would like AFRINIC to handle these themselves. And if you have good inputs, then give the inputs for staff to create new guidelines, go for public comment, and so on. So I am hesitant about this policy, especially since it's impugning transfer when the objective is mergers and acquisition. Thank you.
The question here is that when you do a merger and acquisition, you are actually transferring the resources to the new resulting organization. You can call it transfer, you can call it change on the registration details, you can call it whatever you want, but it's a transfer in the sense that the receiving organization is not the original one.
Sorry, Jody, what we're going to do is I've given you pen and paper to just note it. You're going to respond at the end of, sorry, please. Like in front.
Okay, this is Pascal from Federal University. Jody, Madvi said there is already a process and there is already automation. For me, this proposal tries to bring two things that already exist and it's ambiguous. For example, there is already intra-RIR for me and talking about resources. For what you are saying here, you are also talking about transferring of resources. And for me, I think we should stick with the guidelines that Madvi said already exist because you are complicated, like bringing transferring of resources and separate business entity acquisition. So for me, I think these two stops conflict. And till we pass the inter-RIR, if at all it will be passed, I think this policy should be shelved for now because it would make no sense actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to the mic at the back. And that's the third, the fourth, the fifth. So,
hello, Luca from Nigeria. I quite align my position with that of Prof. Given the fact that we have M&A already, there is a guideline on that, and I believe this does not in any way prove that there is any value addition. On that note, I think we should continue with the M&A. If there is any need for an improvement you feel in the guideline, you can contact the AFRINIC. And then again, there is also an intra-IRR on ground, a policy on ground already. So bringing the two together, trying to caption them as a single decision, it's not so good. So I believe it should be stepped down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Norman from Uganda. I see an issue of redundancy here. Since we already have the current procedures already that are defined by AFRINIC staff, and Jody also acknowledged that the powers will still remain with the AFRINIC staff in regards to acquisition. So I see an issue of redundancy. We don't need another, because nothing would change. It's like we're just going around. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, please, I want to find out, is there any other person in this room that has something entirely different from what has been raised? Or do we have remote participation that has something entirely different from what has been raised?
J'ai une remarque rapide, vraiment rapide.
Regarding to what was mentioned, this proposal contradicts on what is being dealing with the allocation of transference. So we are in a policy that do exist, and it will not achieve what we are defending, which is simplifying the procedures and to be less complex.
I have 1 minute to respond.
Okay. I am just going to repeat what I have said before. First, when you execute an M&A, the result is that you actually transfer the resources. You can call it whatever you want, but the new organization is getting registered with the resources from the previous ones. So that's the reason I put the word transfers in the title, to make it clear, even if everybody may not agree, this is what it means an M&A. Now, the actual procedure is developed by staff, not by the community. And I am of the opinion that the community must have the control of anything related to resources, okay? Otherwise, let the staff do the policies on our behalf. That's simple. I am not making a more complex process. We agreed with the staff that we are not actually changing anything, but if tomorrow we want to change it, we can just update the policy, okay? And finally, the staff recognized it, if I got correctly when discussing with Matvi a few minutes ago, that if today there is a request for a merger and acquisition involving 2 registries, they don't have rules for that. So they could deny it, but the company that is doing the merger and acquisition could go to court to say, hey, I have the right because I have acquired this company. If we have a policy, the community is telling no, because we decided not to allow it. So that's the difference between having an internal procedure that is done by the staff, not the community, and having our policies that are done by the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jody. I would consult with the co-chair in 10 seconds so that we'll take a decision on this policy. But I want to explain our decision on the previous policy, remote participation. Can you please go to the mic?
Sylvian Bayer, CM NOG, Cameroon. The DPP is in need for our region. I support its intent, but I want to know, has the author already addressed my concern raised via the email mentioned? So, via the email mentioned by staff. So, I'll just get to the email. Is it the Okay, perhaps I'll take the email direct to the author so he can, make it.
Okay, comment from remote participation. Maina Noah from CCOM. The policy adds more complexity to what is already being done by AFRINIC staff. Arnaud from Togo, Togo Air. In French, please, so you can put on your, that's it. Jody. Oh, yeah. Je ne supporte pas.
Repeat the question, sir. Could you repeat the question, sir? We asked us to repeat the question. Please, in French, repeat in French, sir.
Je ne supporte pas cette politique du fait du process complexe.
Do not support this policy. It is a very complex process. It really demands hard working time for the AFRINIC staff.
Staff has confirmed that there is not a change, so there is not any additional workload or anything like that.
Thank you very much. This policy is, from what we have seen, this policy has not reached consensus and we'll push it back to the mailing list. Regarding the policy we discussed earlier in the morning, we know that we have 3 different policies which are similar. And it would only be fair for us to wait until we have decisions on the other 2, or we've presented the other 2, then we can now come up with our decision. And that is what we're going to go with. Thank you. So we're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is to present the next policy. So the next policy is the Internet Number Resource Review by AFRINIC, which is on version 8. The last version was submitted in June 2019, and the authors are Arnold, Jane Bapt. Sorry, 1 second. I think I'm making a mistake. Oh, sorry, Jody is this one. IPv inter-RI resource transfer by Jody.
I was thinking I lost track of the agenda. Okay. This proposal was sent for the first time about, I think, 1 year ago, maybe a little. So it's in version 3. I tried to address as much as possible the concerns of the community. So there are some very significant changes from the first version. I also tried to address the concerns that the staff provided during the first presentation and in the staff analysis. So I think right now is in a good shape. I am not going to repeat the arguments that have been provided already by the presentation earlier this morning about the transfers policy, because all of them are the same. The basic change I am trying, compared to the previous presentation on this proposal, is I still believe we need to have need base. Okay, so this is my major disagreement, as I already mentioned in the mic this morning, with the other policy proposal. The second important point I want to address is that according to stats, the region that is providing more addresses is, okay? And AFRINIC has a specific wording in his policy that they only allow transfers which regions that have reciprocity. So I believe this proposal, well, I have verified which the staff in AFRINIC that this proposal is reciprocal, which I am not completely sure has been done by the other authors and I don't think at least one of them, I don't think is reciprocal. So if we accept a proposal that is not reciprocal, we are not fulfilling the mission we are trying to achieve, right? That's the important point. And the last point I want to make, and hopefully this avoid a lot of repetition of comments in the mic afterwards, or we skip lunch, that's the alternative, is intra RIR transfers, which is what we have now, is not sufficient for a very single reason. There are not enough resources in the region, so one ISP now decides to provide the resources to another ISP. Why? They quit the business? How they do? So that's not sufficient for the region right now. As again, I said this morning, we really need something going on here. If you want to start deploying IPv6 and you want to keep connectivity with your other ISPs in the region and the rest of internet that are still using IPv4, you need, even if you deploy IPv6, you need a small number at least of IPv4 addresses, okay? If you don't have IPv4 addresses in 1 year from now, or probably before that, when we go to the next phase, how you do that? So we are talking about moving to IPv6, that's right, but how you want to do that if you don't have a minimum subset of addresses? The actual ISPs will be able to, but what about enterprises that joined internet as new end users? What about new ISPs? What about actual ISPs having more users? You cannot do that, okay? Even if you go to IPv6 only, as I explained it in my presentation on Tuesday, you need some addresses, for example, for the NAT64 box, okay? Or if you want to go to the carrier-grade NAT, which I don't think is the right way, but even if you want to go to carrier-grade NAT, you will need addresses now, and then you will get blocked by some services like Sony PlayStation, and you will need to shuffle those addresses and use another block and another block and another block. So actually it will be more expensive for you to go to carrier-grade NAT than to go to IPv6 and to use addresses that you buy in the market, okay? If AFRINIC cannot provide them anymore. So, in order to make it simple, what I tried to do is, instead of starting from scratch, I used the existing policy in the manual in section 5.7, which is meant for intra-RIR transfers, and I just modified it to match both cases, intra and inter. And again, as I did in other presentations, I am not going to read all the text. I will go straight to those points that are very relevant. So here we do some clarification about what is the source and what is the recipient. We expressly indicate in the proposal that we recognize two types of transfers, the ones that we already have, so within the region, and those that are from this region to other regions. That's the change that you can see in this slide, nothing different. Okay, so regarding the conditions of the transfer, I use as a base, again, for this proposal, almost the same that we have today, which is something that we already agreed a long time ago. Okay, update available. You can click that. Okay, so I think it's the other slide. I am lost now. I was in number 2. Yeah, here. So source must be validated. So that's respecting need basis. Of course, source need to be in good standing, etc., etc. We probably don't need to have that, but it's okay, okay? Because anyone to receive resources from AFRINIC should be in good standing. There should be compliance with all the procedures for membership and so on. That's everything normal. And what we are doing is changing here the timing for who can receive again resources, which today is 12 months, and I am moving that to 2 years, 24 months. Why? Because if you are providing resources that you have today in excess to another entity, you have already verified that you don't need more. So if you need more, it's probably because you are just doing business with addresses, and that's not justifying the need basis, okay? So if you make a mistake and you had excess of addresses and then your network grow, well, you got a lot of money from the addresses that you sell. So now buy it, don't get them from AFRINIC, okay? I think it's natural. It's a kind of protection to avoid people looking into this just for business, okay? So that's the thing here. The third point here is, well, it's always about the same. Let me don't get confused myself. Yeah, it's about the same, and again, it's the same that we have, but just changing from 12 months to 24 from the actual policy. Now, for the recipient, we have also similar conditions. We don't change that a lot, but we make sure that they comply with the same policies that were in the AFRINIC region. Sorry, they comply with the same policies for the justification of the need. So not any big change here. If the recipient is in another registry, it must follow the rules on that registry, okay? Not the rules in AFRINIC. So if you are in AFRINIC and the direction is incoming, you will follow the rules on AFRINIC. If the direction is outgoing, you will follow the rules on the destination registry. We have this already in the existing policy. If you transfer legacy resources, they are no longer being regarded as legacy. Now, because we are also transferring resources to other regions, we need to respect, to keep the reciprocity, what the other region is asking. So if resources are coming to AFRINIC, or if the resources are internal Africa to Africa, AFRINIC to AFRINIC, then they lose the legacy status. But if the resources are being sold, for example, to RIPE, which, if I correctly recall, is the only region that don't ask for losing the legacy status, then will not lose the legacy status. But in the other regions, they will lose it, okay? So it's following the rules in the destination region. Okay. One of the comments from the staff was, what happened with ASN? I think it's normal that if you are transferring most of the resources, typically all the resources, you will transfer also the ASN, because probably this is some kind of a special merger and acquisition, probably, or something very close, or maybe a company has a division that was doing all the IP stuff and is selling now to a company that will do for them, okay? So I think we should respect in that case that the ASN can also be transferred. Now, one of the points that had a long discussion in the list was, hey, we don't need this now. Okay, so let's make sure that this only starts counting when we reach the next phase. So we have a kind of first security belt, which is we will only use this if the staff is able to implement earlier, which I doubt, when we are already in the last phase. Now, my input on this is that—
Thank you, Jody. Your time is over. I don't know.
If we don't finish the presentation,
please just conclude, make your last concluding remarks.
Go faster, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so the input I have from other regions is that generally they take minimum between 6 to 12 months to implement this. So I am almost sure, almost convinced that we will be in the next phase by them. There is publicity to make sure that there is transparency. This was also requested in the list. So I applied a special condition to make sure that we publish all the data. This is already done by AFRINIC, but let's clearly state it. And I think that's the last slide and the last security belt. People said, what happens if most of the transfers are going out of the region? We want to be protected about that. I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, I think according to the figures that we have right now is on the other way around, but this way, the staff automatically will suspend the policy. There is also special provision for even the board to do that in specific cases. We probably don't need this text, but the people, the community is more happy seeing it. Why we don't need this text? Because the board all time can suspend any policy when they discover something is not working as expected or is against the membership. So we probably don't need this. It happened recently in 18, but having the text in clear gives more confidence to the people of the community, I guess. Now, just quickly, if you look at the evolution of the transfers from, I think it's about 3 years ago, you will see how 18 is moving to more and more transfers to the other regions and never happens in the other direction, okay? And here you have also some stats that did 18 itself that demonstrate also this. And that's it, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jody.
Thank you, Jody. So before we take the staff assessment, Jody, I want to ask you a clear question.
Sorry, yeah.
You said earlier that you are ready to work with the other policy. Is there a possibility of we merging what you have here with the first policy that was proposed in the morning?
We have disagreements in several points, especially the no-need. And not just speaking for myself, but speaking from what I heard before, most of the people, or at least half and half, is not really clear. You will need to address that. Is not really, let's say, in agreement with the no-need. So this is a big discussion that we have. So I am not sure right now if it will make sense to merge both or still ask the community to decide on one or the other or the other. It's difficult, I understand that.
It is very difficult, Jody, but authors of the first policy, Taiwan, Anthony, can we have you here? Is it possible you guys sit down together and work something out?
We have been sitting down several times.
So are you willing to support their policy?
I already stated this morning, and I am going to say it very clearly now. Again, implementing any transfers policy will take the staff for sure more than 9 months, probably around 1 year, okay? Unless they put a lot of additional human resources on it, of course. But it needs coordination with other registries, so it's not up to them only. So what I am suggesting is let's go for one and let's fix the details.
Okay, Jody, are you now saying let's go for one? Can we drop your policy at this point and say you work with them to refine their own policy and you bring it back?
I am not able to take that decision because this is a community decision, not my decision. When you are author of a proposal, you need to hear the people. And what I heard here is that not everybody agreed with the previous policy. So if I drop this policy and then the people in the last call opposed to the other one, we are lost. You understand my point?
Can we take this? Yeah. Can I also ask you guys the same question I have asked Jody? Why I was asking Jody that question earlier was because of his comment in the morning. So I want to ask you guys the same question. Are you willing to drop your policy and support Jody's policy?
I think we're willing to have one more seat. As I said, we have sat several times and we still have conflict. I think maybe we can have one more seat, but we'll drop our policy at this time because we would like the community to say one or two things.
Sorry, I want to ask Jody a question. What exactly is the problem with the no need? Because the only difference between our policy and yours, the only significant difference is the no need. And we understand that justification it's relative, it depends on who and when. and it gives undue advantage to the bigger corporation who have funds and resources, who understand the policy, who, based on maybe past reputations and all that, can easily convince a couple of people sitting in the room to say, okay, yeah, this is the need, and it gets justified. What advantage does your policy give to smaller people who need resources? What advantage does it give a business who wants to expand to other regions, whom have transferred their resources there, and then due to growth, they need more?
Okay. Jody, excuse me. So we have comment from remote participation for the chairs. Sylvain Baya, chairs should not insist. That is not the PDP.
Chairs don't insist is not part of the PDP. That you should not try to convince anyone.
Yeah, but my job is to try and negotiate things and see. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to take the staff assessment, and we now find out from the community if you still want to go ahead and make comments on Jody's proposal.
If you let me to answer the question again, I believe in need justification, and I think most of the people believe in that. Somebody said in the microphone before something very important. If you remove the need-based justification, you are allowing the one that can pay more money to get more resources, and that's really, really dangerous. So again, if the community supports much more one policy than the other, whatever is it that, I am happy to drop, not to drop mine, but to declare no consensus. That's the job of the chairs. My suggestion, and I don't want to tell the chairs what to do, but my suggestion, if I am in their feet, is that if they believe there is no consensus, declare no consensus. If they believe there is consensus, almost the same in several policies, send both of them to the last call, and the people should decide in the list explicitly responding to the question of if they support need or no need. I think that's a possibility. We have done this sometimes in ITF. When there is a conflicting point about two different topics, we go to the list to resolve that.
My question is how, sorry, please. Can we have the staff assessment, please?
Okay. Madhvi from AFRINIC regarding the staff impact assessment of the policy for IPv4 inter RIR transfers comprehensive scope. So our understanding of the proposal, nope, sorry, this is, no, wrong file, nope. No. No, it's not what I was seeing. Sorry, we have to fix this. Sorry about this. We're getting the latest file uploaded here.
Let's just be patient as we get the slides on. Thank you.
Okay, while the file is being uploaded, I'll just read it from my laptop, I think in the interest of time. So the proposal maintains the needs-based as a requirement, and there are no limit to the size of resources transferred. In the current CPM, there is a hold down period, so that is being taken out. And what the current policy is bringing in is that source entities will no longer be eligible to receive any further address allocations or assignments from AFRINIC. And the section 5723, the source entities must not have received a transfer, allocation, or assignment of V4 number resources from AFRINIC for 12 months prior to the approval of a transfer request.
This is version 2. The only change is the hold down period is now 2 years.
Okay, so we did this before you up. All right, okay. And the recipient must be a member of the relevant RIR, subject to its policies and legal documents and service agreements. Legacy resources will no longer be regarded as legacy in the case of intra-RIR transfers, and also in the case of inter-RIR transfers when incoming to the AFRINIC service region. Basically, if legacy resources are being transferred, legacy resources from another region are being transferred into AFRINIC, then they will lose the legacy status when being registered under the recipient in the AFRINIC region. There are provisions for ASN transfers only in cases of the majority of IPv4 from the source and other relevant policies are fulfilled. There was a threshold that you mentioned, Jordi, the majority threshold. Staff wanted to request a clarification for this. What does it exactly mean? And yeah, so the inter-RIR transfers will be triggered only once AFRINIC enters into exhaustion phase 2. And there shall be a transparency regarding the transfers. So each time a transfer is completed, the relevant non-confidential information will be automatically published in a specific web page, including the details that have been stated in the policy. Now, you want a specific web page, but what we do at the moment are the transfer logs. So that was a concern.
First, I respond to the majority thing. Majority for me is more than 50%. I think that's general understanding, right? I am happy to put 50% in the text. That's an editorial comment. Regarding the publicity, I am not asking for a new web page. What I want to make sure is that the policy text mandates that the information is published. That's it. How do you publish it? You are already having a log for that. So I am happy with that log.
Okay, in 5.781, the inter-RIR transfers will be suspended in case the number of outgoing IPv4 exceeds the incoming ones by 6 consecutive months. And then you say the staff can provisionally suspend any suspicious operation and request more information to all parties so the board can take a decision. Perhaps it would be great if you clarify this section.
The idea is we have got an extensive discussion about this on the list. One of the fears of the community is what happens is suddenly during a lot of time, not just one operation, we have all the addresses going out of Africa. So we want to make sure that we have explicit text to hold the transfers policy, okay? And we know, because that's part of the rules of the AFRINIC organization, we know that the board is able to do that at any time. But the community in the mailing list said we want to have it explicit, so I just make it explicit. At the end, we are not changing the rules that we have, because the board can always take a decision about we need to suspend this part of the policy manual, right? I mentioned it before. It happened recently in IRIN. It can happen in any registry. The board is always able to protect the membership, the organization, to suspend any policy. So if something gets broken, either the staff could tell the board, hey, something is happening, or even the membership can tell the board, look, we are getting all our resources out of the region. We need to verify if this is right or not, and meanwhile, we can suspend it.
Okay, in this case, based on the clarification, then we need to have a monitoring mechanism for the number of resources being transferred in and out, and also the mechanism for how we staff can when staff can suspend, okay, and when the AFRINIC board needs to be considered, or yes, needs to make a call.
Well, the mechanism is there because you are doing statistics of everything what is happening always, right? So it's really easy to even automate it if necessary.
Okay, your clarifications are noted, Jordi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think let's proceed to opening of the mic. I will accept the first 4 people, and then if we still have time, we can take others. Please, let us use 1 minute for each. And please state your name and be on the point whether you're supporting, and be clear the reasons you're supporting or not supporting. Thank you very much. We are taking the first 4. And so the ladies out there, please mark out the first 2 people, the first line, and the first 2, the last line. Okay, let's start. Okay, let's start.
Okay, thank you. Haitham Nakhal, Egypt. I am not against any transfer policy, whether the one presented now or the one in the morning, but I am not supporting any transfer policy now until we finish our last /8. So I'm not supporting any transfer policy now. Thank you.
The next at the back. Back of the mic, please.
Thank you. I'm Sharon from Uganda. I'm standing here to oppose the policy.
Coach, can you please switch off your microphone, please, Coach?
Extra procedures involved, and I don't know how it will help the community if the transfer procedures are not clearly defined. Thank you.
All right. We in front.
This Pascal. Jordi, if I get your policy correctly, are ASNs also transferred along with the resources? Yeah, for me, I'm not comfortable with that because I think if the ASNs are being transferred with the resources, they should operational use and the actual infrastructure should be transferred as well. And regarding staff reporting suspicious transactions directly to the board and the board taking a decision, I don't think I am comfortable with that. So for now, I'm not supporting this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person at the back.
This is Alain Ayina. I want to comment again on what Professor Nee said this morning about Jordi. Jordi, if you want to promote your policy, just promote your policy. Since in the morning you'll be saying, oh, don't support one of these 2, don't support the 3rd one. Why? Why do you want to say my tomatoes is not good because yours? No, let the people to taste mine. But you are saying, please don't do that. Please don't do that. And I also just want to, all of us to make sure that saying that the board can suspend policy anytime, we need to be careful. If something is broken, board may act. But if saying that, oh, numbers are moving more than with that, this, I don't think this would be a justification for a board to act. We should be careful.
Thank you. Jody, you can please respond to the first four people. Thank you.
Yeah. The question of the ASN, I already explained it before. The idea is that the staff requested that in the previous staff analysis because they see that sometimes is necessary. So I was checking in the mailing list. It's not just my decision. I just editing what the mailing list is telling me. And the mailing list was telling us that, yeah, in some cases it seems logic to get the transfer together with the ISN. And as a kind of guideline, I put majority. So it makes sense that if you are transferring most of the resources, maybe you get also the ASN.
We have a comment from staff.
Jody, you mentioned staff.
Okay.
The thing, when staff report on the implementation of policies, what we report on is what the members went through. Okay, so we don't try to lead changes, but we try and point out what were the pain points that the members, went through because they wanted to transfer an ASN, but we have to tell them the policy does not allow for it. Okay.
Let me to rephrase it to be clear. You're totally right. The staff suggested that the community is asking for that. And when I was checking in the mailing list, the people was saying, yes, we should do that. Okay. I think that's much clear and not asking the staff to be the guilty for that text, not at all. The staff is heading the community and I am also heading the staff and the community. Okay, so that's the point. The other point was, again, the decision on the staff and the boards. Two people commented about the same. This is something that happens today. I mean, the community asked me to put explicit text on that. I didn't have this text in the previous version, but the community told me we want a security belt. We want several security belts. I did that.
Thank you so much. I'll take the next 4 people. And let's begin with the first 2 at front and then the next 2 at the back. Thank you. So you can begin.
C'est Gaylor Binemo de la RDC.
I'm from DRC. I do not support this policy because I do not understand. I would like to ask Jody, how can you test? How can you prove? How will it be of benefit for the community? There are a lot of limitation in the process of transfer, so I do not support it.
Next, please. Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel from Nigeria. Jody, I want to ask, what will the future look like for AFRINIC when our IPv4 IP addresses have expired and have exhausted? I want to see the scenario of what is the role of AFRINIC. How will AFRINIC evolve in terms of the resources that we have? And for those that have already exhausted, what is their role now in terms of managing the resources? Why I'm asking this question is I really want to understand, because rightly, as you said, I see a situation whereby the inter-RRI will be more effective when the resources are not available, or the leftover of resources are not available here in Africa. So that we remove the fears of what is the responsibility of the structure of AFRINIC as at then, because I prefer to look at the future quickly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next 2 people at the back, please, let's make 4 people.
You mean if we don't approve this policy? A scenario when if we don't approve the policy? Or if we go to this policy? Okay. Both sides.
All right.
Okay.
The next 2 people.
The point was
the
benefit, and actually that's responding to both scenarios, is if we only keep intra-RIR transfers. As the networks grow in Africa, as the number of users grow in Africa, there will be people that will not be able to connect. They will be able to connect with IPv6 only, but without transition. And this means that they will be disconnected for many services and applications that still are not available with IPv6. And that may be a disconnection for not just 1 year or 2 years. It may take the rest of the world 5 years to have everything, I mean 100% with IPv6, probably even more than that. Okay, so I think that gives you the picture of both the scenarios.
Thank you, Jody. I want to encourage you to take some notes. We are having the next two people at the back. After the next two people, then you can respond to them. Thank you. Dr. New?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask Jody, what policy exactly is he proposing? Is he proposing a policy for creating a market, or he's proposing an inter-Arab transfer policy? Because if you look at the problem statement, for me, problem statement is very important. It clarifies the intent. The objective of the policy is clarified by the problem statement. And if you read it carefully, it has a section that says, proposal allows establishing a mechanism to allow transfers of V4 resources to and from the region, and to align AFRINIC with a market that already exists. So is this a market, policy to establish a market? If it already exists, are we to now establish a good one according to some new rules, or you are trying to cater for IP transfers? We have to be clear, because this is suggesting that you want us to go into a market situation, whereas I don't believe we have yet adopted transfer. Second point, I think this filter at will is something that is not good. Okay, this business of determining suddenly, you are pushing me away. This method of ad hoc deciding when to, suspend a policy and so on is not good. Let's leave that to the board to determine. And lastly, I'd like to echo my question to the chair that please ask Jody to withdraw those statements about another proposal, which has yet to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person, please, at the back.
Thank you very much. I have two questions, and one is actually a comment. I can see that we are having issues of multiple proposals trying to address same problem, which is, of course, adaptation issues that we had discussed yesterday. We have to also think of the possibility of trying to work towards minimizing such kind of issues. Else, in the next meeting, we may have maybe 10 proposals trying to sort the same problem. Now, coming back to this current proposal, Jody, actually you have made one authoritative statement that you are absolutely sure that this proposal will allow unidirectional flow of the resources to the Africa in past, because you mentioned that like several times that we are more to benefit from it than other regions. So I want to know, what is your confidence level, and do you have numbers, projections, probabilities that will give the assurance? Because most of the members of the communities, everyone want to say, okay, we want policies for the development of Africa, okay? We don't want to think about other regions for the meantime. This is what we are concerned. So
thank you.
The fear is about the exploitation, okay? So what is your confidence level, please?
Thank you, Jody. I think you can respond, but also maybe talk about the statements, clarify them.
Yeah, I take notes on 3 points, basically. The first one is the problem statement. Well, I think the problem statement is clear because it's the same for all the 3 policy proposals that we have in the table. So there is no doubt on it. I don't work for any broker. I rejected commissions from them, so I can state clearly, and some of them are here in the room and can state that. So I have a very neutral position. I don't sell addresses. I don't lease addresses. I don't do anything like that, and I don't want to be involved in that. Okay. Further to that, When the transfers policies started to be discussed in other regions, I was always stating I was against that, very clearly. But when this has been approved by the communities in other regions, I don't want to see any region in disadvantage. That's my point. You trust what I am saying or not, but I am telling the truth. Second, the lack of cooperation that I stated this morning, chairs can confirm, staff can confirm, the other authors can confirm, because we exchanged emails to try to meet with the other authors to organize a Skype, to organize something, and they never responded. So I cannot withdraw that because it's true, okay? Simple like that. And the last question, I am not sure to understand what do you mean with unidirectional. What I tried to say, and I have a slide showing it, is that if you look at the evolution of all the transfers since 2 or 3 years ago, what it happened all the time is that most of the transfers by millions versus few thousands is aiding to other regions, not in the other way around. I have a confidence, let's say 99%, that it will be the same if Africa joins this situation, because it don't make any sense it's going to change. Why? Because ARIN had the major number of legacy resources. ARIN is the region that has more IPv6 deployment. So clearly, they don't have any more benefit in getting IPv4 addresses. Their benefit is in selling them, actually, not in keeping them. That's my perspective.
Thank you so much. I think in the interest of time, unless you have something totally different from what we've already had.
Anthony from Nigeria. Jody, our policies are similar, but I just want to say something about your policy. We both agree on one thing, that there is need for this, urgent need for this. But one thing is, your policy doesn't...
The mic is closed. Please, if no one should be joining the mic. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay. The text in your policy seem not to show that. I think you're being a bit cautious because you want it to pass through, which is good. But then I'm asking, doesn't it introduce more strain on the AFRINIC staff and the board, since you have to, you're telling the board, oh, if we try it and it doesn't work, we'll pull it out. It doesn't show that 1% doubt you said you have. And I still think the no need is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the mic at the back. Please, and please, let us be fast.
Okay, Luca from Nigeria. You talked so much about reciprocity. For something to be reciprocal, there has to be an equal movement from one place to the other. I give to you 10, you give back 10 to me. But what this policy is trying to do is to open the market, I say. And then if that is the case, then bringing a need, this in justification into reciprocity, or bringing them together doesn't really make any sense. Because if truly you are talking about reciprocity, you are talking about a situation where there is a quid pro quo. I give you, assuming we have, let's say, 500,000, and then we give to a particular region the 500,000, or we transfer, they should be able to transfer 500. Anything above 500, you understand? It doesn't really reciprocate, kind of, you understand? So that there is a problem with that, in the sense that anybody can just wake up after making a policy that, okay, there is an intra-transfer. Tomorrow I can wake up and say that, okay, let's change our policy. It shouldn't be inter again. We go back to intra. You understand? You've collected so much from somebody and then you shut your door to it. You understand? So there is actually an issue there. But if you remove the need, I believe it will create a free flow of the resources. You don't really have to stick to the whole reciprocity anymore. It has to be. Then secondly, you talked about 24 months period. That's for a source to be able to come back and get another one if they need. Now, if I have a need, I can decide to bring up another entity and have it go get the...
I'm sorry, we just have to let you stop.
The resources. So I think there is a flaw there. Reduce the time period.
Please respect other speakers.
I think there is a misunderstanding of what means the reciprocity in the terms of these policies. What the ARIN policy says is that the justification of the policies are reciprocal, not that you send the same resources in and out, just that they are compatible, that AFRINIC is requesting the same as they are requesting, so they are not in conflict.
Right, I'll take the next two people at the front.
C'est Monsieur Laurent Toumba, Espagne. Votre position est complètement
Estamos a nos arriscar e nos perder. We are trying to lose. The morning we were clear. The issue of transfers in the other region we don't want. Please, can you withdraw this proposal because it will cause more conflict? We do not see any need for this proposal.
Thank you. Next. We are stopping our mic from the speaker.
My problem is with the 6-month window that we gave. I think based on what we have now, 20% of the AFRINIC members have 80% of the resources. And if those 20% within the 6 months actually moved all the resources out of the region, it will really have a huge impact. So instead of giving it a timeline, why not give it in terms of resources? When you see percentage of resources going out of the region, you know, within certain period of time, then of course the board can act. But for me, I'm against this policy because right now, if we go ahead with this policy, clearly that will create ways and avenues where people will go into black market by just registering these resources immediately, so that by the time we open up the inter-regional transfer, they'll be able to sell it. So we shouldn't create such scenarios. The AFRINIC total members is just 1,800 or less than that. Can't we do what is called shadow testing in business and ask those members via a survey, do they need this policy of inter-regional transfer, and ask them questions directly because they are the owners of these resources? Thank you.
Thank you. And I will allow Judy to respond to those. And please take note, we have closed further submissions. Thank you. So you can take your seats if you're on the mic. Thank you.
I would love to have a survey with the members, but that's not part of the PDP. Now, what I will suggest is those members responding the survey to respond in the PDP mailing list. That will help all the authors of any policy proposal, not just this one. The problem we have most of the time with the PDP, and again, not speaking just for this policy proposal, is that we come to a discussion in the list for during 1 year, and here we hear new voices that could have said that in the mailing list, and then we come here to celebrate that we have an agreement. But this is not happening.
Thank you very much. I think we are moving to the next. And at this point, I would like to invite the presenter. Jody, you can take your seat, please. Thank you so much. Please take your seat. Jody, I understand you, the presenter of the next. I'm sure you're aware of that. But right now, we're going to go through it. Thank you very much. We have someone online who's going to be presenting. The change is impact analysis is mandatory. Can we see something reversed here on the screen, if you can help us? This modifies CPM 3.0 to make staff impact assessment of new proposals mandatory, along with other minor changes. Introduces new timelines for submission of draft proposals, and it requires each new draft proposal to have staff analysis for 4 weeks after it's been received. If AFRINIC needs more time, justification to be provided to the community. Thank you. I now over to the online presenter. Thank you.
Hello.
Van, before you begin, you have just specifically 10 minutes. We'll try to be very quick. Thank you very much.
Are you getting me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Please begin your presentation.
Hello.
So, Van, please begin your presentation. Hello?
Hello. Yes, I can see.
Can you please?
Okay. Thank you. Hi, I'm Sylvain Bayer. Then I'm there to present about the impact analysis report.
Please, Chair, is there a mic on? Good, thank you, sir.
Two authors, as you can see here, Georgie and me. What is the content of this presentation? First, process unexpectedly followed. Overview of APRIC 2019 Gen 005-0101. Problem addressed by APRIC, how the problem is addressed. Proposed change. Okay, first, what we have done is ask questions about the internal procedure, why we cannot have impact analysis reports at times. Discuss together on RPD list to solve the issue. How to solve it, policy, process versus staff internal procedure. Discuss with staff on an agreement, we got it. Almost the same text as this draft policy proposal. Follow up the implementation of the agreement. Still the same issue. Until now, you can verify by the provisioning of the impact analysis report. We don't have it on the website until now for most of the draft policy proposal. Push the draft policy proposal. Here we have it, as you can see the link. We have to work hard and follow up to gain the consensus. Okay. The process was, we did exactly this. We work in that process openly, because we call all the policy development working group to discuss together what is the right solution. Here you can see in the slide 4, we have dear ANS, after reading your too much awaited impact analysis report, I have some questions. So we was asking questions to ANS. Georgie said somewhere, then we got a proposal which Georgie shared with the staff. The discussion was good, then the staff accept. Okay, can verify next time with the order, with the support of my presentation. Then also we can continue. Here is it. You have the overview of the that policy proposal. We see the authors. We see that it amend the CPM 3.0, the section 3.0. Okay, what's the problem? Problem addressed by this task policy proposal. Here we have we come back to the policy development principle. We have open, we have the openness, we have the transparency, we have the bottom-up approach. Here is our problem. Look at bottom-up approach. We see here that AFRINIC implements what the community has proposed, discussed, and attain consensus on. But yeah, what's happened is that we didn't have, we observed that we don't have impact analysis report at time. Sometimes we don't have it. But when we go back to the PDP, we see that it's because the chair has to ask to the staff when they see that there is a need of impact analysis report. But it not works. The chair decided in accord with the staff to has an concurrent procedures which overpass or bypass the normal policy development process. But it was a good deal that the previous chairs acquired for the community. The problem was the implementation. So to resolve, we don't have impact analysis report at time, but we have a good deal with the staff. But when we saw that it not works, we proposed something new. The staff decided to follow us, but it not work too. Then, okay, here we can see the problem. Summary of the problem being addressed. The policy development process states that the chairs may request AFRINIC to provide an analysis. However, this is key for both the community and especially for the authors to understand issues from their proposal. And previous attempt to get them from the staff within a reasonable time frame, even with staff commitment in the RPD list, have failed. There have been several policy proposals that after 6 months, even for new version, not just new policy proposal, it has not been provided. How the problem addressed, how the problem is addressed? Simple. This proposal resolves the issue given a strict deadline for such impact analysis reports as part of the policy development process, and allowing the staff to justify delays on such activity while still providing a draft version. Post change, we have been left the actual state of the CPM 3.4.1, and at the right we have what we have proposed. I'm going to read what we have proposed. Okay, a draft policy proposal shall be available for review for at least 4 weeks before the next CPM. The authors shall make the necessary change to the draft policy proposal according to the feedback received. Every draft policy proposal must have an impact analysis report which provides the community and proposal authors a neutral view from the AFRINIC perspective about any possible aspects of the draft policy proposal, including and not limited to understanding of the proposed text and possible improvement suggestion, impact in other policies, district operations and service, impact for the membership and community, technical details and estimated timing of the implementation, financial impact of AFRINIC, legal issue. AFRINIC will provide an impact analysis report for any new draft policy proposal in a maximum of 4 weeks after the draft policy proposal publication date. For a new version of an existing draft policy proposal, an update will be provided in a maximum of 2 weeks. In special case, including major reviews of an draft policy proposal or a very complex one, the impact analysis report may take longer. In that case, AFRINIC must provide a clear justification explaining the reason for the delay, together with at least a draft version of the impact analysis report, maximum for 5 weeks, 5 weeks after the draft policy proposal publication date. However, in case those 5 weeks run into a policy proposal, what about the public policy meeting, the draft impact analysis report must be available as latest as 10 days before the next public policy meeting. The only acceptable exception is a new version of the draft policy proposal submitted within 2 weeks before a public policy meeting. Impact analysis report or draft impact analysis report must be published, attached to the relevant draft policy proposal, and announced in the resource policy discussion list within the above specified time frame. Yes, we have some reference. Thanks for hearing me. Question, suggestion, contribution. Thanks, I have finished.
Thank you so much, Sylvan. So I now invite staff if there is any assessment. And if there is no assessment from staff, let us, we are opening mic right now. Do you have comments? Oh, okay.
All right, so as staff, we do understand that policy impact assessment has to be mandatory across all policies. The impact assessment report shall be submitted within the time frame as to what the policy stipulates. For new policies, new DPP, that's draft policy proposals, we need to provide an assessment report for within 4 weeks. For an update between versions of a similar policy, it has to be within 2 weeks. That's our understanding so far. Where a report may need more time than the stipulated period here, staff has to write justification to the policy liaison officer and request for an additional time. In that request or in that justification, you need to provide the draft of what has been done so far In cases the author submit, now this is what we staff are looking at. In cases of the author submit a draft policy proposal exactly 4 weeks before the PPM. This is the period that the current DPP provides for a new policy. What happens then? Because we don't see that there's any time or enough time for the authors to look at that particular policy, or else they have to say that is okay in that particular case. But from our staff's observation, we want to understand, because we feel like if we go all the way, 4 weeks elapses, there would be not much enough time for the authors to go through it and provide enough feedback or act on the impact assessment. In the case, however, in the case of those 5 weeks, now we're looking at a case whereby we've requested for additional time for a policy that was submitted just on the last day of the allowed period. That means that impact assessment would also run into the PPM policy meeting that is upcoming. What happens in that particular situation? The next one is, what is the submission period for the assessment report in case of an update version? Because we see that in the previous one, we've only seen 5 weeks. That's referring to a new policy proposal extension. Does the same apply, the 5 weeks apply to an extension from 2 weeks of an update to 5 weeks? That's a clarification that staff are looking for. The impact analysis can take a minimum of 1 day based on what we've experienced so far. In case of numerous DPPs, for example, the way it's been in this particular case while preparing for this meeting, there was a number of policy proposals that we had to look at. So in that particular case, 4 weeks may be limited time. And if that happens, what would happen to the proposals that may not have a report? The author also mentioned about the next PPM, whereby if a policy proposal is submitted, let's see. Okay, it was mentioned about the next PPM where a policy is submitted and there's not enough time for staff to provide the impact assessment. The policy, the impact assessment should be ready 10 days before the next PPM. For example, in this particular one, we are in AF31, AFRINIC-31. The next meeting would be AFRINIC-32. Is that the interpretation? If that's the case, the question is what happens during this particular meeting? What happens to that particular policy? Will it still be discussed without the mandatory impact assessment report? So those are what's coming up in this from staff for this particular policy proposal. So the last one is, once the proposal is published, which is in this particular policy, there's nothing that is stated to say what happens next. There's no time frame for feedback from the authors, and also what would happen, or how long they would need to take to address concerns or whatever is in that particular report. So that's the end of the staff assessment. Thank you. Oh, just a moment.
I'd just like to add to what James has shared. Impact analysis at AFRINIC can be done by one department, or it has to move across several units as well. Okay, so one day here is for one particular department. James was talking for the member services hat on, but as policy liaison, we need to know that a policy has to move through the departments concerned for an impact analysis, and then all the inputs combined and then shared in a final document. That's one. And the second thing, whatever timelines the policy proposal is doing, I think we've had a historical number of policy proposals for this meeting. We had 14 last week. Okay, so if a policy is written in stone, basically, this is what staff should do, should also take into consideration the number of policies, because it does put a strain on resources available, because we have to leave the day-to-day, especially because new versions come, okay? At least 1 week before the meeting, new versions are still coming in. So if the impact analysis is already done and there is new version, then it has to be reviewed. Okay, it has to be updated to match the latest version, right? Just a clarification, we're not leading on anything, just so that you know of the operational impact as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Let me try to explain why we went over this. The last 3 meetings, at least for a consecutive period of time, we have been in the situation that we got policy proposals that have not been updated even 3 or 4 months before the meeting, and we didn't got the impact analysis. So I am not talking about if I submit a new version 1 week in advance, obviously not, and that's why we have exceptions. But what we want to achieve is, as a general rule, please share the impact analysis in a maximum of 4 weeks. As a general rule, if you need an exception, you just tell us, tell the list, hey, we are not able to fulfill this because this and this and this. But here there is at least a draft. For example, all the policy proposals that we discussed yesterday and today, none of them, maybe 1 or 2, I am talking in general, none of them we saw your slides in advance. Even just having your slides in advance allow us to prepare our response here. I am quick to respond, and even though I can make a mistake, so if I can prepare in advance, it's better for the author, and it helps the community to take a decision. For example, the last presentation I had, you had the impact analysis for version 2, and we were discussing version 3. The change was minimum. I understand, and it's my fault because I submitted a new version 11 days before the meeting. I know that. But it's when I got the response from the community. But as such general rule, earnest promise in the list, we will do that. But 4 months later, we were still waiting. That was our point. So Sylvan and myself discussed it, we need to fix this. We tried to address it from a procedural point of view, and the staff agreed, but never resolved it. That's our point. Thank you. I agree with the main points James said is probably a flow chart will clarify most of the things. Yes, probably we can add a flow chart to show it much better. I agree with that. No, but I mean a flow chart of this proposal, of this specific timing. That will help a lot, of course.
Thank you so much, Jody, James, and Madvi. I now open the floor for the first 4 people. Please utilize your time very well. Be brief, state your name, and let your comments be clear. What is in your favor or not in favor. So we're going to start with the first 2 in front and then the first 2 at the back, in that order, before the proposal presenter can respond. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I'm Hassan Nakhal. I'm supporting this proposal, taking into consideration the changes and the modification required from the staff impact report. Thank you.
Okay, this is Pascal. I'm supporting this proposal. It's a nice proposal because it aims to push the participation of peoples in the mailing list. For example, Jody, there have been times where we have engaged you on the mailing list, and when we see a proposal, we really have no idea of some of the impacts of this proposal before it comes to the public policy meeting. But when this impact analysis is there are some clarifications that are already there. So you don't have to go back and get clarifications from the staff, come back to the mailing list and start explaining it to us. So I think it's a good one. Then also it aims to check policies that have not been updated. I mean, you cannot bring a policy here that have not really updated efficiently using just some probably little text. So this aims to checkmate policies that have not really been updated over time. So I support this. Thank you.
Next two people at the back. Thank you. Dr. New.
Thank you, Chair. We all support impact analysis reports, and that is why it's part of the existing PDP. But I have concerns about this proposal. A proposal that starts out saying that my staff are not responsive. That starts by saying my co-chairs are not calling for staff reports. Is one that I never will like, because I will assume you rather are creating the problem. Because look how you DDoSed us. You loaded so many policies last minute, and you expect staff to give analysis on all of them? I think that's not realistic, okay? Maybe many of them we don't even need to give any staff analysis. That should be called by the co-chairs. So from my point of view, this is a policy trying to micromanage the PDP process and micromanage staff. If you want to upgrade the PDP process, let's upgrade it, okay? Normally it is a co-chair who should ask that we've reached a point where we think we need staff analysis. Don't mandatorily require it. Maybe sometimes it doesn't need it because we haven't reached a point where the policy is mature enough. But this one, you're saying everything we put out there, we must get staff analysis. You're going to choke us. This is DDoS. And I don't think I'm in favor of that at all. And I think we should, in fact, not be patching our PDP process. We should look at it holistically and then see how we upgrade the process by which documents evolve or advance, not by requiring that anytime you put a document, you do an impact analysis. Thank you, sir.
Bonjour. Donc pour moi, je suis avec cette proposition.
Good afternoon. With this proposal, I agree with this proposal. This goes back to the other proposal and how it should be and how we can have a good feedback. We should have all the details. We should have all the details there. And have time for us to give our comments. And with this analysis, we don't have enough time. In the past week, in this week, we said we don't have enough time.
The questions, because the other ones were supportive. So the point about the DDoS to the staff. If you look at the proposals that have been submitted, most of them have been submitted many weeks, and several of them, I will say more than half of them, more than several months in advance to the meeting. And even though we didn't get the impact analysis, again, we are saying a draft is okay. We don't need sometimes just a very complex staff analysis, but at least first impressions of the staff are needed so that people can keep contributing and can understand if what the proposal is proposing is achievable or not, or it has major flaws.
Let us now hear from comments from online participants. please, Bryce.
So, this thing is useless. Can you please put your headset? The comment is in French. Okay. Togo area. Arnaud from Togo area.
I have an impression that the content of this policy it looks as if it's a copy of another proposal because they updated a few days ago. The contribution that's becoming compulsory.
Staff analysis needs on a stable version to be. Staff analysis is needed on a stable version of the proposal. I raised it before in the web conference arranged by the co-chairs. So yeah, these are the two comments on the remote participation.
Thank you. I'm going to take the next two people. I think they're the only people around. First at the back and then last in front. Thank you.
Okay. C'est Galower Binemo de la RDC.
I'm from DRC. I would like to ask one question so that Jordi can give me the explanation about the methodology that we use to give our contribution.
The last participant, you just have 1 or 2 seconds to just be clear on where you stand.
Sir, can you please switch off your microphone? I would like to know what's the best policy for us to be able to participate in the analysis of the policies in a scientific and honest manner.
I think that was just like let's have the last person, please.
My name is Ale Ritchie from Nigeria. I have a question first, please, to the staff. You said the policies has to go from one department to the other. I wanted to know, do you get the policy and distribute it to different departments to get their inputs at the same time? Or is it when one department finishes, it goes to the next? That's the question will lead to my comments, please.
Okay. It depends on the policy. Sometimes, for example, policies that involve member services and coding. So sometimes it starts from one department, we do the analysis and then have to push, based on that, we have a rough idea that it's impacting one of the systems, for example, the WHOIS database, and then the policy, we have to sit with the other departments as well to guide them as to what is required as impact assessment, because what happens is that if the policy gets ratified, it has to be implemented, okay, within a specific timeline. So we need their input as well. So
it's okay. Thank you.
It's not, it's like come from here. It's not like in government offices, go from one table to the other. It's not that. Sometimes it's just a collaborative decision as well, where everyone comes together, looks at the policy and says, yep, we can conclude the impact assessment at the end of the session. Yeah.
Based on that, Jody, I think the policy is a good idea, but I will also I would suggest that you actually liaise with the staff and see where there could be loopholes, because you have to be in their shoes to know the peculiarities of what they have to do to produce this impact assessment. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
I can quickly respond to that. Basically, that's why we create these exceptions. We perfectly understand that in some cases it may take just a couple of days, in some cases may take several weeks, and in some cases may take several months. We understand that, but what we don't understand is that in the last 3 meetings, we had always, in most of the proposals, I am not saying all, we had always the same problem. So we need somehow the decision from the community that the staff must react. Maybe the staff needs more human resources. The legal assessment yesterday already mentioned in general that if this is a problem, the board will decide if they need to hire more people. But the community need to be proactive with the PDP, and that means they need to get in time the response from the staff about the proposals. I think it's not so difficult to understand. We tried first just suggesting the staff to agree with the community in a procedure, an internal procedure, but didn't work it. So we need a policy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I would like to request by show of hands, we're not taking a vote, but just to gauge in this room, the people that are in favor of this change going on, please, by show of hands, if there's anybody, can you put up your hand if you're in favor? Okay, thank you. And if you're not in favor, please, can you put up your hand? Okay, thank you so much. We are not using this as a vote, but just to gauge. All right, we have come to the end of our session for the morning, but before we go for lunch, we will be taking a decision upon all the discussions or the proposals that we've had in the morning immediately when we return from lunch. So we want to thank you all for participating. Let us all be here at exactly 2 p.m. 2:10 p.m. 10 minutes past 2 p.m., right? Thank you. You want to say something?
No, why won't I?
Hello. Before you break for lunch, just 1 or 2 announcements. The first one is that the survey is still open. So if you pass by the registration desk, you can still scan the QR code for a chance to win an iPad that is still on offer. Secondly, just a quick announcement that a few delegates need to see the APSI official that is outside here in their booth to sort out visa issues. So I have the names of the people that need to see the official. There is Pagbo Kun Ipe from Nigeria, Traore Leon from Mali, Agong Norman Angel from Uganda, Becky Tyson Smith from Liberia, and Doyiziga Avit from Burundi. If you're here, please pass by the APSI desk outside to sort out 1 or 2 issues relating to your visa. And again, just to announce that we're going to have the gala dinner. If you don't already have your ticket, please pass by the reception and by the registration desk and pick that up. And I will make further announcement on logistics issues later in the day. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
Sorry, please, before we go for lunch, it has just been confirmed that lunch has been cancelled, so we're going to continue now. I'm just joking.
Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, test.
Hello? 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 This is a test. Hello? Avi, can you hear me? But I can see you. Okay. Seem like working.
Hello. Hello, hello. 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 Can you hear me? Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me, please? Me, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes. How about you? Yes, I can hear you. How about you? Okay. So if you can hear me, yes, 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 it's okay. I can hear you. Fine, and you? Yes.
So perfect. I can hear you too.
I can hear you too.
Okay. So are you using streaming to listen to me?
All right.
Okay, perfect. So we are set.
Good.
So just stay on standby, and I think that people.
What do you say?
No, just stay on standby. People went for lunch, so as soon as we resume, we'll just let you know.
All right, no problem.
Okay.
I can wait.
Okay, awesome.
No problem. It's okay for me.
Khalid, where is Khalid? Please come to the stage.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, delegates, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I think we should start. Well, you said there should be records.
Good afternoon, everyone. You are all most welcome from lunch. We are going to be starting in just a few minutes from now. Thank you. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Our agenda is very packed this afternoon, and we would like to start without waiting any further. We have online our presenter ready to begin with the proposal in resources review by AFRINIC. This proposal is on version 8, and it was last updated in June 2019 by the proposer Amelina A.A. Anwa, Jean-Baptiste Milogo, and Marcus Abome. The proposal sets framework for AFRINIC to conduct reviews, audits of resource utilization by members to ensure efficient and appropriate use. Audits can be random or selected by AFRINIC or reported by whistleblower. And finally, resources not complying are covered and can be relocated. So let us welcome our author to begin his presentation. Thank you. It's an online presentation.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I won't invite participants to use the French. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please, we are all waiting and listening. You can begin. Hello. Can you please proceed with the presentation? We can't hear your voice, unfortunately. Okay.
Consiglio, I can really listen now.
Hello.
I'd like to invite the AFRINIC team to share with me
J'ai une copie de slide ici. Je voudrais commencer à faire les présentations.
I do have a copy of my slide that I'll be presenting.
Yes, you want to hear us, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like just to congratulate everybody and welcome to the AFRINIC meeting.
Unfortunately, I'm not. I was not able to be attending the meeting with you in Rwanda because of some other agenda issues. I'd like to call attention of all participants on the importance of this presentation. It is a presentation that has 3 years. Sorry, not 3 years, but 3 angles. 3 angles that is now ready for about 3 years.
Sans tarder, je voudrais
So I'd like just to highlight statements on the slides that you can really see now.
à l'élément le plus important qui
The most important item is to keep this policy, the underway policy I'd like also to ask the AFRINIC team to go for slide number 5. What take us to keep these policies in this presentation?
parce que nous avons jugé de sa nécessité
because we see the great need of advantages that everybody that can have.
Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que ces derniers jours,
we know that in the last days, we witnessed of the allegations of some robberies and the impairment of database as well as of the resources. So this allegation that we have to take it seriously drive us to call attention of the community.
révolutionnaire de notre politique, étant donné
about the revolutionary aspect of related to the situation that we've mentioned before. The reason why we're inviting all the participants to support this policy so that we be able to maintain and guarantee the quality of the resources in the African continent. Those who are supporting this policy, they would like to see the resources to become more degraded.
And just a small interjection.
At AFRINIC and at the region,
if you can please continue speaking without stopping, so that if you speak slowly but do not stop and wait for the interpreter, it will help all of us. Please, we request you to continue speaking without breaking. Thank you.
D'accord. Parce que c'est pour aider les gens qui doivent faire la traduction, c'est pour ça que je suis obligé d'aller doucement.
so we may continue. Thank you. I'll proceed. You have noticed that AFRINIC resources suffered a fraudulent use, or there was a fraudulent use of resources as a result of cybercrime, reason why this policy was implemented. I do not know those who are against these policies, but we're getting knowledge of some of this aspect. I don't know how we're going to fight about this policy, but I know that this policy will have success because it speaks about the survival of AFRINIC and the quality of AFRINIC's work. We took into consideration all the observation made through our communications. We organized several meetings, as well as face-to-face meetings, and all the comments and observation that was made in the last 3 days. In my humble opinion, with regard to the policy, I believe that we should move to the next stage. I'm available for any question and suggestion and comments from the colleagues. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. I think our presenter has finished presenting, and I will now welcome staff with the assessment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madhvi Gokul from AFRINIC for the staff impact assessment. So the staff understanding of the proposal is that the policy encourages recovery of resources not used as per the registration services agreement and AFRINIC policies. The review shall be conducted in full transparency and neutrality. Random selection is done by AFRINIC only. One query is when there's a community complaint, should it be backed by evidence for it to be considered by AFRINIC? This is one clarification we'd like to request from the author. And there's one element in the proposal that where AFRINIC shall publish an annual report describing members which have been reviewed and the level of compliance, the levels of compliance be defined, and what percentage of unused resources would make a member non-compliant. It's also not clear in section 3.3.1 of the proposal if the random selection is applicable to all resource membership categories at AFRINIC, such as the smaller IPv6 only members. In 3.3.3, so does the community complaint relate to only one person complaining or a group of number of persons voting for the review on our mailing list? In the pre-3.4, the review can also be conducted based on the non-compliance, the non-exhaustive list. The recovery procedure details 3 months grace time to allow corrections. What happens if an organization corrects the discrepancy or the breach temporarily, and then same is altered and the issues noted are visible again? Okay, and review shall be based on compliance to RSA and policies. Do all AFRINIC policies apply? Arbitration process is mentioned in the policy proposal, so it has to be defined by AFRINIC, and the time frame is to be provided to indicate after how long can a member be ready for review, considering that in IPv4 policy we allow 3 months and the IPv6 allows 12 months period to deploy respectively. And how can non-contiguous prefixes be reclaimed out of a larger allocated IPv4 prefix? Shall the non-complying member be forced to renumber in order to deaggregate the allocated or assigned space? And then we have the policy will have an impact on our internal procedures and processes. That's it for the staff analysis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madhvi. I now open the floor for discussion. Thank you. I'll take the first 4 people. Thank you. Jody, you can begin. We'll have the first 2 in front and then the next 2 at the back.
Hi. I don't want to repeat what I said in the previous meeting. This policy is, in my opinion, totally broken. And because we didn't have any update since the last meeting, when we provided a lot of comments and inputs, I don't think it can go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in front.
Thank you, Ali Richie. I'm also toeing that line. I expected that there would be a review pointing out modifications to the points that were raised. One of it, I can repeat, is what is the process put in place to prevent vindictive review? None of those points have been addressed. Let those points be addressed. If not, let this policy be dropped.
Thank you. Next at the back. at the back, please.
Super. Donc pour moi, j'ai une petite remarque. Si
I've got a small comment. If you have to choose the company by review it in a random way, it would be logic. But when we have a logic whereby companies or members who are complaining due to the mistakes within the process whereby we waste a lot of money, resources, and lately to be looking at conflicts that are false problems. So I agree this. I disagree against. I do not agree. I'm against the proposal.
Thank you. Next. Next at the back, can you please begin?
My main concern is sustenance of this resource review and investigation. I was asking myself whether AFRINIC as an organization has all the resources needed for each and every time reviewing and investigating which resources are unassigned and which ones are not allocated. So to me, I feel the policy is not a good one. So I oppose it because of no resources or limited resources. Thank you.
All right, can we have our online presenter please respond to those four? Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to inform my colleagues who've asked their questions and made their comment. I've got the impression that you are being repetitive. With regard to Jordan, did not receive any contribution. That means to improve the quality of this policy. You are presenting categorical proposal without taking into account the suggestion that we make to improve. And Jordan, you cannot tell me that we cannot or we don't have the right of having our or implement our own policy at AFRINIC, and that's not fair. That's being responsible. I believe that AFRINIC is an organization it's an organization, it's an NGO. So for us to have an efficient management, you need to know if you're a member and you use the resources of AFRINIC. And these resources did not belong to AFRINIC, it belongs to the community. So the manager of these resources can be AFRINIC, but the resources belong to the community. So as a responsible official and a responsible company, you cannot continue speaking about the resources without making an auditing about the use of the resources. And as a proof, we need to receive information about the African resources. We know these resources are in other regions and people are making money out of the African resources. So if we have to implement the resource, you won't have this problem. We are going to anticipate. And we have elements who are stealing resources of AFRINIC. And these are African resources. Some of our colleagues stated that this policy is lack of, waste of time and money. As you see in the slide, I believe the slide number 9. Number 9, you see that all the comments from all the legal comments from AFRINIC was sent to all the comments, all the legal comments and proposal was addressed, and the staff comments were also addressed. And the last version did not change. So the legal comments were addressed and did not change the previous version. But the current version was enriched as more detailed now.
Thank you.
So just to clarify my previous comment, we provided inputs on site in the previous meeting, and we didn't have a new version after that. So we don't think the comments in the previous meeting had been addressed.
Thank you. Just
Nous avons pris toutes les considérations, on a pris en compte toutes les observations qui ont été faites.
I will thank you very much for the comment.
Okay, so just to guide us, I already opened the mic and it was for the first floor. The first floor have already given their inputs, and now I will ask comments from online before I take the other. And please note that we have limited time, so I cannot guarantee that everyone on the mic will have a chance to speak based on the time we have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Comment from remote participation. Vivien Paris, Laris Foundation, Hong Kong. Frankly speaking, I think this proposal shall be dropped. Its issues have never been properly addressed by the author. It's, as I said in my last AFRINIC, and practical and realistic financial concern are also another reason. The authors never explain, no matter how many times they update their proposal solution to these concerns. Hence, I urge the policy to be withdrawn as it's just wasting of time. Kumi Elijah, Togo. This comment is French, so please put on your headset if you. Ok, I will proceed. Je pense qu'il est grand temps de prendre la proposition de revue des politiques très au sérieux. Nous sommes à la version 8 et il n'est plus.
We are now in the version number 8. We don't know if it is necessary to revise or not. We all read all this research on the abuse that Jordi, you may not think that all of us should follow all about that Jordi need or want.
Thank you. Let me have respond to the online comments briefly. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am repeating, I do insist on the importance of this policy. That was a policy that a revolutionary policy. We have the idea that AFRINIC resources should be stoppable, and some Africans were encouraged, and some some other people supported that this policy is not important. This is an irresponsible action because this policy will allow AFRINIC to have a global vision on the quality of the resources, on its utilization, as well as the good practices in terms of the use of resources, and eventually recover the resources of other sources. And we have seen the slide number 4. In slide number 4, we were clear on the recovery of resources and being the last resource. So the procedures that were implemented in order, again, we have just to be aware about the rules, but it was not like that. And it is, we need to be in line with the rules. Despite of the attempts, you were not able to take this company to be in line with the contract that the company signed.
In the interest of time, I will allow just 2 people. One in front, one at the back.
I have followed all presentations. So in this presentation, the mic on the podium is on. The mic is on. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I take it that now you've finished your responses. So in the front we have Taiwo. At the back we have one person. So please, can we have in that order, Taiwo and at the back?
Good day, everyone. I am Taiwo from Africa. I came out and discussed this policy in Hammamet in Tunisia. I came out and discussed this policy in Uganda, Kampala, and I'm out here again. And each time I came out, I'm discussing the same thing. I don't know if the authors are tired, but we will try not to be tired to emphasize that there are some things in this policy that can't just work. We have pointed out that there's room for victimization, there's room for witch hunting in this policy, but the author says we didn't bring any objections. We said that there's no clear definition of what the random selection is going to be, but the author said we didn't bring any objection. These are just few objections I can remember to this policy. If the authors are tired, I suggest, and I hope and I pray that they drop the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. At the back.
Ok, je vais être très rapide vu que il y a...
I believe that we have already discussed this policy in Kampala, and we feel that there are participants that attended the Kampala meetings come again, and they feel that they were not taken into account. Currently, they should not see the situation as it is, but we need to take into account the presentation of each one because it brings suggestions and those ones that contribute for benefit of the communities. I think that there are things that we should take in account. This is what I'd like to say. Again, I do not accept to be considered as things are. It is important things, people come and work together.
Thank you. Before Anwar responds, I will ask if there is anyone with a different opinion in support. Please raise your hand if you're queued up. And if you're in support and you're already on the mic, And I request the rest who have not said anything. I request those to come in front, please. If you have in support, please be on the mic. We are doing the yes, please come and give your submission. Yeah, in support of the policy. Can we have one person in front, please? Thank you.
Bonjour.
Good morning, I'm Abdullah from Senegal. Just to recall that I work for the Regulation Authority of Telecommunication and Post and Telecommunication. So in the morning I have worked on the basis of principles. And today the IP addresses we should update HR in Senegal for the resources and frequencies to make an annual update and all. If there is no need, obliged to develop the resources that received. I support this policy. We are now talking about management, and it's bring to us certain transparency and better management of the resources. So it's open, but we need to make controls. When we make controls, so we understand that is a problem, then we ignite measures because it is stated in this policy. These are very good practices, and everywhere, worldwide, all resource manager should really do as it is. Unfortunately, we do not understand due to select the people randomly just to come and assess what was used. It should not be done like that, taking into account that many that acquire the address in this way, and so should adopt this policy. I support.
One other person at the back in support, and I think we will come to the close of comments on this policy proposal. If you're on the mic, I request you kindly to take your seat. Thank you.
Hello, Daniel Franco.
So, Daniel, trabalho para mim mesmo, sou engenharia de arquitetura. O que está...
AFRINIC is holding that there's a case of abusing or hijacking the resource IP address that we are using. And it is a bit weird that we have found people that can put a kind of control of the resources, the community resources that we are using. So look at it in this aspect. What will happen if the integrity of the resources that we are holding has losing their integrity? People are starting banning us because they don't trust anymore the resources we are having, because they can say that we don't know how to manage and maintain our resources and can be used anywhere else and without control. How can we do that? So we need to come up with an idea where we need to make a statement or a control to make sure that we know exactly what we are holding and where they are being used and how they are being used. This is why this review, I don't know why people are against, but I bet any one of us here who are running a network or running a business, can you ever run a business without having a review of the resources that you are using? No.
Thank you, sir.
But why do we community have to do that?
Thank you very much. Let us now hear from Anwar for those last comments. Thank you. And again, I request if you're in the mic, please take your seat. Anwar?
Oui, co-chair, je vais laisser mon I will give the floor to my co-author just to come up with some comment.
Thank you very much. For those who came for the opposition, it is obvious that there's a deliberate attempt to not accept the review policy. As the previous speaker said, there's no way you...
The mic is on, Chair, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Please go.
Thank you. I was that there's a deliberate attempt not to accept this policy because for reasons known to them. But my question is, how can you run a system without knowing how you are running the system? People are talking about resources. In the review, the comment of the staff, they haven't complained about a lack of resources. People are saying we should find mechanism to put a process to not to victimize. The policy is not there to victimize. Unless you yourself, you are doing something dubious, that you feel you'll be victimized. So please, let us be serious in this community. We see what are going on. We read on the net how people are hijacking our resources. So please, let's be serious and then go for this policy. Unless you want to destroy this community, you want to jeopardize our resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our proposed discussion. So at this moment in time, it's the co-chairs to take the decision on this based on what we have observed, and the submissions and the arguments.
We go to the next policy. We announce all the decisions.
We will look into everything and announce the final decision at the end of this. Thank you.
What we're trying to do is to come to a decision. I think we need time to discuss because we need to look at some of the arguments for and against, and it's going to take us some time to come to a decision. So what we're doing is we're going to move to the next proposal, and we announce our decisions at the end of the next proposals. We pick everything we've discussed today one after the other, and we announce what the decisions are on every policy after the next one. Thank you. So we're going to invite one second. We're going to invite Jody, who's for the next proposal. Internet number, yes, sorry, is by Arnold. So the internet number resource review by AFRINIC version 8. So who is going to present this? Is by Arnold Marcos.
The item on the agenda is AFRINIC Member Resources Transfer Policy version 1.
Okay. Yes, this one. So just give a brief introduction to this. This allows for transfer of IPv4 and ASN resource only between AFRINIC and other regions. Recipients must demonstrate need for the resource. Legacy resource only transferred will lose their status and fall under RSA. Legacy resource once transferred will lose their status and fall under the RSA. Then the reserved resource cannot be transferred. So there's going to be a reserve. So we're going to invite Alain to present the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, so this is Alain Aina. I'm here to present about the third transfer policy my friend Jody was advocating against. And I told you yesterday that today I'm going to show a different face. We want to have some fun, right? This policy also is talking about how we inter-area transfers. And the problem statement look a bit like what you hear this morning, but there is a critical and important difference. Okay, we will soon run out of V4, okay, and some entity will IP address, IPv4 and ASN, which they may not get from AFRINIC or from the regions. The other aspect of the problem we're trying to address is that the current intra-area transfer policy allow any IP allocation or assignment to be transferred. For example, the IP we allocate to the critical infrastructure, for example, the exchange point, the root server operators can also be transferred, which we think is not a good practice because these are resources for critical infrastructures. We should not allow them to be transferred. No, sorry. The current intra-area policy transfer does not allow ASN. Then on the list, people said, oh, we need provision for transfer for ASN, especially what we, the 2 byte ASN, because now we have 4 byte ASN, but the old one, the 2 byte ASN are sometimes needed, and some people felt like we should allow the transfer. But then, how do we solve the problem? Okay, we agree that we may need some number to come in. And we all agree that we should not deplete what we have. So this is the main difference. We want to bring some number in without depleting our pools. This is the main difference between this policy and the other, this proposal and the other proposal. So we came up with a solution. No, I'm going. So we came up with a solution saying that, okay, we will allow an ASN to be transferred, but through certain rules. Then to do that, we created the categories of resources, different categories. Because right now, if you look at how the numbers are managed, we have the legacies. I hope everybody knows what we mean by legacy. If you don't know, you should ask Madhvi. Then there are non-legacy are the resources given to AFRINIC to be distributed for the region. So we have this, okay. And part of these numbers also came from what we call the early registration transfer. When AFRINIC get accredited, we transfer some numbers from RIPE, ARIN, EPINIC, etc. Plus. So we created different categories, and we are saying that only we will allow any numbers to come in, but only legacy, and the numbers we transfer from outside will be eligible to go. This is our proposal. We will allow legacy from our region to go outside, okay? But any numbers we transfer from outside in are eligible to go. I want to stop there and give a couple of seconds for people to think about the solution. We accept any, but any should come in, but going out, only legacy, okay? And the numbers we transfer from outside will go. So that means we will not touch the AFRINIC managed resources. Okay, let me now show the detail. So these are the category. We have the AFRINIC pool, what I just mentioned. Then we have the special, what we define as special purpose pool, all the reserves, critical infrastructures, and everything we distribute in the last /8 are not eligible to be transferred. No, if you get IP from the last, in a soft landing, this is defined as special purpose pools. Then we have the legacy. The legacy are IP address allocated to members in our regions, okay, before the creation of the registry system. Some of them has been transferred, and from recent statistics, I think we had about 1 million legacy space. Then we have a category of resource we call others, which mean any resource we transfer from the other regions. Then the policy said, when we start, we mark the resources. The AFRINIC pool, we mark them as regional. The special purpose pools reserve. Legacy, we mark them as legacy. Then the others, we mark them as global. So, then we have here, I'm just defining the rules of the transfer, but you can read it. I'm not going to read it, but if you look at it, based on the source, and the rule are based on where is the source, where is the destination. We are saying, for example, that if the source and the recipient are AFRINIC, then we allow regional, global, legacy, everything inside the continent, we allow the transfer. But we only mark the legacy we transfer among ourselves become global to allow the global to go. If the source is the legacy holder and the recipient is an AFRINIC members, we allow the legacy, then it becomes global. If the source is the legacy holder and the recipient is in other regions, we allow the legacy to go. If the source is a AFRINIC member and the recipient is in other region, then we allow anything to come. Okay. And if the source is from other regions and the recipient is also here, then we allow any to come. Then we mark, sorry, I made a mistake. The 3.3.4, if the source is a AFRINIC member and the recipient is in other region, then only global goes. Then the 3.3.5 saying that if the source is from other regions and the recipient is AFRINIC members, we allow any, we don't care whether it's legacy or non-legacy, it can come to Africa. Then in 3.3.6, we are saying that some of the reserve block are not eligible for transfer. Whether you are in, the source is in, recipient is in, or whatever, if it is reserve space, no transfer. Then we had the conditions on the resource to be transferred. Okay, the minimum size. Okay, then the resource must qualify for the type, because now we have global, legacy, and regional. Okay, then the resource must qualify for the type of transfer based on the source and the source and the recipient. And then the resource must be covered by AFRINIC policy, okay, after it has been transferred. So any resource being transferred to AFRINIC is automatically covered by AFRINIC policy. That means if you are legacy, you will not be legacy when you come inside. Condition on the source, normal, must be the owners, no dispute, okay? And then if the resource is from other regions, then we follow the condition defined in the other region. Then condition on the recipient must accept our policies, sign RSA, okay? Then the recipient, okay, that does not have prior allocation should demonstrate a plan, need. Okay. If it is ASN, then they must meet the criteria for ASN assignment. So if you already have allocations, then you have to demonstrate that the existing numbers, how you use the existing numbers. So, and then prove the evidence that you comply to the policy to cover the existing allocations. Then if the recipient is in the other regions, so the conditions in the other region. The policy also makes some provision, but this provision is just to clarify, because there are many things going on to make sure that only transfer which has happened according to this policy will be accepted. And if through some internal business, you got something you call transfer which is not being approved by AFRINIC, you are at risk, because all the transfers must be approved by AFRINIC. Okay. And just to make sure that people understand what is going on, to avoid that you enter a certain business, then you discover later that you are not supposed to do. So these are just to clarify things. Revision history. This is we are the second versions. Okay. Then the second versions we had a call with staff. And with the co-chair, I remember Abdul Karim, you were not there, but Abdul Karim, you were on that call to clarify a certain point. And then this led us to the new versions. And you can see the revision history. The staff asked for certain clarifications. And this is what we end up. Open issue. There were some discussion on the list. And the only open issues is the one raised by Tayo. Where is Tayo? Okay. Tayo has raised the things, and we had the discussions, and some people proposed text, when the law proposed a text. But I think the main confusion point seems to be is coming from the assignment part. And the concession I want to give here is to delete this part. Make it simple. I want to delete this part, simple. So I think I addressed the Tayo, and which is the only open issue we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alain. And I would like to invite Madhvi for
Thank you, Alain and co-chairs. Madhvi from AFRINIC to give the impact assessment on the AFRINIC number resources transfer policy. Yes, to add to what Alain was saying is the ambiguities in the language were addressed in the version 2 after discussion with the authors. Okay, and so our staff understanding is ASNs shall be transferable both inter and intra RIL transfers. Legacy IPv4 space in the AFRINIC region can be transferred out. Okay, and transferred IPv4 space from other region into AFRINIC can also be transferred out. So we write it. Okay. And number resources are non-transferable and not assignable to any organization unless AFRINIC has expressly and in writing approved a request for transfer. Now, the understanding of staff for that statement is AFRINIC's approval is usually documented electronically in the tickets for which transfer requests are received, evaluated, and processed and executed. Okay. We also understand that IPv4 addresses and ASNs can be transferred only if the transfer requests are evaluated against and in accordance with this policy. and that AFRINIC does not recognize transferred outside of approved transfer policies and requires organizations holding such resources to return them to the appropriate registries. This means that any transfers that happened outside any approved AFRINIC policies are valid. The recipient organizations will be required to return the space to AFRINIC or the other RIRs. I'll skip, yeah. For this slide, the last statement, the policy requires some categorization, what they call marking in the policy proposal, that will in turn require AFRINIC to tag currently delegated resources and available resources. All right, there are a couple of clarifications from staff for the authors. In the section 1, the statement in section 1 regarding the current intra-RIR transfer policy allows all types of IPv4 location assignments to be transferred. This is explicitly not mentioned in the policy. Yeah, it's specifically not written anywhere, okay, but it's just a statement that says that relates what's happening. And the other clarification that we'd like to request from the authors is regarding mergers and acquisitions. If this policy, does this policy proposal dictate the conditions or state the conditions for M&As, and or will the guideline, the merger and acquisition guidelines that we have at the moment supersede the policy? So what we'd like from the authors is to tell us clearly whether AFRINIC should cease the usage of the M&A guidelines if the policy passes. Okay, and yeah, so the other inter-RIR, the other RIRs, so for inter-RIR transfer policies to happen, okay, a list of RIRs with compatible policies will be beneficial, because I don't think the other RIRs specifically state AFRINIC in their inter-RIR policies, okay? And something very minor here, there's a definition in 3.11, it does not, it's talking about resources, but you do not say IPv6. We do understand that IPv6 is excluded, but a definition of resources in the policy statement that excludes IPv6, well, staff find it an omission. Okay. On this, for me, okay.
Have you, as a staff or also the authors, verified which aiding the reciprocity of this policy?
Well, our statement here is a list of RIRs with compatible policies would be beneficial. I have not, personally, I haven't checked with other RIRs.
Alan, have the authors verified the reciprocity which are aiding?
Yes, we didn't see a need, because for us, we think this policy is reciprocal and compatible.
Okay, I did, and they told me not. So that's the reason I had previously two policy proposals, one comprehensive, the one that I presented this morning, and the other one which was only for legacy. And one of the reasons I withdrew the legacy here in LACNIC was because talking with Erin, they told us this is not there is no reciprocity, so we will not allow transfers from Erin to AFRINIC if you approve this policy. The other reason was also because when I proposed both policies was to show the community, I explained this in an email a couple of days ago, when I proposed that to the community was, first, the community can choose, second, the community understand the differences. So if we reach consensus in this proposal, we should be aware that we will not be able to receive resources from the region that is actually providing resources to all the regions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, yes. Second.
Yes, I think just to clarify, there is one different aspect in this policy. We are not only allowing legacy to go, we are also allowing any numbers we transfer in to go. It makes difference. It's not allowing only legacy to go. And we would like two things. We would like that staff, okay, to talk to whatever you want and confirm that you did it, you talk to them personally. But we think, we as a community, if we think this is good for us, okay, nothing prevents the other people to change the policy. And I don't want to by default, we put a barrier in front of us. If this is good for Africa, okay, even if one of them think it's not reciprocal, nothing's prevent them for amending their policy to serve us. So I think we should also not put the firewall in front of us on these things.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open the mic now, but I'm going to just take 3 comments from the front mic and 3 comments from the mic behind, and you have just 1 minute, please. 1 minute each.
I started with the front.
Yes.
Very much. My name is Daniel. I just want to draw attention quickly that the way we are going, I see us pushing AFRINIC to become a regulator or a controller rather than a facilitator and a custodian. So that's where we have to be careful. We'll keep pushing. I keep hearing the word control. So I thought I should draw attention to that. But I'm wondering what powers do we have over legacy resources? So if we don't have any power over it, I don't see the reason why we're even thinking of transfer of legacy resources. It happened before AFRINIC was there. And so literally this policy is not addressing anything. If you are talking of legacy resources, things are going on with legacy resources that you don't have control over, and you are likely not to have control over. So I don't see any inter-RII transfer as far as this policy is concerned. And for that reason, we don't need to bring in the entries and into the database to mark up what the resources are. So for this basis, except otherwise, I'm not supporting the policy. Thank you.
Next.
The back or the front?
Yeah, your time has started.
Ça marche. Donc pour moi, je vais donner un petit exemple.
I'll start by giving examples. First of all, I like to. You say that there are people who want Africa by giving IPs. You're giving to us what we already had. You're giving to us what was already what you had had. The mere will with the name of exchanging data and ideas with Africa. Yes, saying that you're helping us, but we need to have our own IP, own legacy. But for that to happen, we need to have legacy. I believe that you not create things that will be accepted by other organizations. Why they're not going to accept us?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy that at least this policy has come to table because it provides an even ground for the rate of development of networks and infrastructure within Africa. To make even things more clear is that it's okay, legacy spaces, we can play around with the transfer of these resources. But if we look at the main core assigned number to the region, those ones, at least I'm against those resources being transferred. But in case we run out of the resources in the future, then let's allow them to bring their resources in the future to Africa, because that means that they will be in support of the development of Africa. I would like to just simply be sure that what Jody mentioned, that ARIN may not be able to transfer their resources here, as you had mentioned before. So that means that clearly, if they are in for the development, then why can't they be able to transfer these resources here? Unless otherwise, I would like probably Elaine to clarify more, because it seems the members here are confused about what is legacy space, what are these other resources. It will help them to understand this policy much better. Otherwise, I'm in strong favor of this policy. Thank you.
Can we take the mic at the back?
Okay, Luca from Nigeria. I have certain reservations about this policy. First of all, Jody mentioned some key points that we really need to consider. But you talked about he talked about ARIN, which is one of the RIRs that have the most transfer to other distant regions. This policy, it's not going to allow us to be able to transact with them. It is a policy that is targeted at those that those that don't have much to give to us, or don't even have to give to us. So I think it's just an effort in futility. So that's one of. Secondly, a kind of discrimination about the types of resources to transfer. You understand? It really causes an issue. You're willing to give this and you're not willing to give that. It's really an issue, and I think you need to look at that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, it's Pascal from Federal University. I think maybe I will try to answer the question that was posted to Jody. Maybe I think the problem why there will be reciprocity might be because of the subclass classification you have done with the existing address. Maybe, I don't know, because you have added, I think you have added extra classes, if I'm sure, Alan, in the classification of addresses, probably. Okay, not correct. Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Okay. What happens is that the policy manual in ARIN says specifically that they are only going to transfer resources with regions that met the same conditions, and they do not restrict their policies to legacy. So if you have a region that allows only legacy to go out and allow everything to go in, as this proposal is suggesting, ARIN explicitly says they will not allow any transfers with this region. That's the thing. I hope that's more clear now.
Okay, thank you, Jody. Yeah, so for me, the sub-classification of more of the classes, I think makes it a little bit more complex. Then one more thing, you said, so if a recipient who does not have, who cannot demonstrate that he can get resources, that means the recipient cannot get resources. For me, I would feel maybe if you can say he can demonstrate probably in particular space of time, maybe 6 months or 1 year, that would be okay. But saying if he cannot demonstrate at all based on what you wrote, that means the person does not get approved. So I don't think I'm in support with that, with the current state of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to the mic at the back, and that will be the last comment.
Chair, you hear me? Yeah, my name is Maimouna Diop. I'm from Senegal. I would like to fully support this policy because I think it can help AFRINIC to have a process, a clear process, an understanding process to transfer the resource IS and IP in the region and outside of the region. Comme je l'avais dit ce matin, transférer.
As I said this morning, transferences take resources and change between the source and destination. Who transfer is taking the resources to a destination. I think this clear and detailed policy, what is the source? What is the destination? Regarding the source and the destination, how the transference could be done, will it bring more visibility? It will help us to be more credible before the outside. I'm not sure about what George said, that people will not accept the transparency. I'd like George to give us the references. What is the text based in which we can really rely on? We can verify. It will help us. I believe that this policy, it is giving to us a line how to go on managing our resources to different part of the world, however, being the master of resources. Those ones that have the allocated resources, they should manage it in the better way, but continuing transferring, taking in account the rules, so the rules should prevail. Otherwise, we will have to pay for things that we did not execute it.
Thank you very much. So what is going to happen is I will allow the author to respond. We can't take everybody.
30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. My name is Christian from Nigeria. I looked at the legacy transfer, and to me, I think economically it is fine for AFRINIC. Yes, to other regions it may sound selfish, but I'm trying to advise us not to throw away the policy. Let's allow the policy to go. If other people accept our terms and conditions, so why do we kill ourselves? So because for me, I think he's trying to be careful, he's trying to be conservative, but then the other side may sound selfish, but then let's try to accommodate his view, and if there is any touch, you can just touch those areas, but I think his policy is smart and clean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alan, can you please respond?
To mention, this is section 8.4 of 18 policy manual. Reciprocity. There are different.
Please, gentlemen at the mic, can we please sit down? Gentlemen and ladies, can we please sit down?
I feel sorry for that lady, but it feels good. No. Can I? Okay, so I think the chair said the queue close, so I can quickly. So I'm not going to, I've been saying for a while that we should stop policy authors against community. We bring idea. If you like it, you own the idea. So I'm not going to argue. Okay. Then I think all those who find idea interesting, Also, I don't want to agree too much on what is reciprocity. We should leave it to AFRINIC, CEO or Madvi to talk officially to ARIN and come back to us. I don't want us to go into interpretations, okay, because reciprocity, we all can look for reciprocity in a dictionary and have our own. What we are saying here is that we allow legacy to go, and any numbers you bring in Africa is eligible to go outside. So any business who come to Africa to do network, okay, if they want to go, these numbers are also eligible to go. So we are not only allowing legacy to go or any number who come, we lock. No. Okay. Then I think the main thing is control. Okay, this is from my brother from the other mother. I don't know why anytime I speak, you always trying to attack. that is Daniel. That is Daniel. Yeah. No, Daniel, you know AFRINIC role. I'm not adding any problem here. AFRINIC has been approving the need, etc., etc. Okay, so for me, this is normal business. And we all need to also remember, and I think Madvi can confirm, the normal allocation is different from transfer. Transfer requires a steady process, checking the source, going through documentation, etc., etc. It requires certain things, though it's different. So that's why we believe that AFRINIC should have a role in approving the transfer to make sure that everything is clean, everything is clear for people. Then the power of legacy, my brother again. Since in the morning, we've been hearing that ARIN has legacy to give to Africa. So ARIN has control of legacy. Do you think ARIN has control of legacy? But we've been told that ARIN has some legacy they want to give to Africa. We too, we have some legacy. The problem with the legacy is that the legacy are free to move outside the RIR system, but most of them want to join the RIR system to be transferred because the legacy to move from one region to the other regions, you need inter-RIR. If you are moving the regions, that is fine. You can move your legacy, but if you want to do a legacy from one region to the other regions, they need inter-RIR transfer policy. So this is where the thing is. So the legacy holders need this kind of policy. And if ARIN is able to give us a legacy, so the same, then we also able to give them legacy. Daniel, I was talking to you. So Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alan. So what we're going to do now is I want to give a summary of what has happened. And first of all, I think is there anybody in this room that still think we do not need a transfer policy? One thing we have been able to establish is that we need a transfer policy, but one thing we've not been able to agree on is how does a transfer policy, how is it going to work? We have things on the table, and how and when exactly. It's the how and the when that we've not been able to agree on. Am I correct? Now I want to give the floor to anybody in this room that have not spoken on these three policies today to come and give us what is your own opinion. If you have not spoken on any of the three transfer policy and you want to say something, I want to give the floor to you to come and give your opinion. Okay, I don't see anybody. No. Somebody that has not said anything on the transfer.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Lucky Masilal again. I just want to raise a principal thing in policy development. We have a process, but I want to talk about the principal thing. Policies must always be developed to address a burning issue. If there is no burning issue, if there is no problem statement, then policies are not a necessity. As an example, if in life we all travel at 60 kilometers in a 60-kilometer zone, there will be no need for a policy on that or police people waiting with cameras to stop you when you exceed a speed limit. It is when people transgress that you have policies. In our instance here, there is nothing that is compelling that has been brought forth that I had that necessitates this transfer policy to be considered. Therefore, as a caution for us into the future, let us be cautious on not looking to give away our precious assets. We need also to be planning for our future as a continent and be cognizant of what we need to be achieving into the future. I want to thank you again for the engagement, open and transparent engagement. And I hope we can keep doing this as a community. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I want to go to the next question. Is there anybody that has spoken on one policy to support one policy that is ready to support any of the other policy apart from the one you have supported earlier? Apart from Jody. We have 1, 2, 3 policy on transfer policy. If you've supported one before and you think based on the argument of one of the authors, you are ready to support another one of the policy, can you please come out and let's have your views?
Yes, because I supported the first.
Mic is on, Chair. The mic is on.
And I could see the near relationship with that of Jody. So if I will give support, I will give support on the basis that there will be a harmonization and a single policy comes out of that, because the nearness of resolution is more between those two than the third one. That's just my support.
Mr. Chair, I have not supported any policy on transfer policy yet. So I think I'll use this time to support what I consider is the most appropriate policy. And it happens to be the one that is being discussed. And so I'll give my reasons if you allow me. Please don't listen to Jody. I'm being very frank because Jody is trying to act like God. Okay, when we can actually also talk to IRRs. Okay, he's trying to tell you that he has taken your role and gone and verified, and he's telling us, whenever I see something like that, I know that something is not right. You should take the charge, and you, working with staff, should go and verify what is compatible and what is reciprocal. Okay, I think that for me, that's very, very important. Your role is being usurped, and I have an issue with that. Okay. Now, secondly, I want you to know that every IRR has some space that is not included in this transfer policy. Every IRR has a space that's not included in the transfer policies. In other words, it's not like everything is there, boom, come and collect. It's not like that. Okay, it's not like that at all. Because they always have some reserve space and so on and so forth. So from that point of view, this policy is actually very compatible because it also says that these ones can move this way, not the way that everything moves, which is the same as all of them.
Thank you very much, Dr. New. Doctor said we should not listen to you, Jody. We are not going to listen to you. Not because he said that, but honestly, I just don't think it's necessary. We'll take a break now. We'll go for a coffee break. At the end of the coffee break, when we come back, we are now going to go through all the policies we have looked at today, and we announce our decision. We are going to go on a break, and we're going to be back here by 5 minutes after 4 p.m. Thank you so much.
There's one more policy to go.
Yes, and we'll discuss the last policy on the proposal before the open mic.
Hello, 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 hello. Good evening, everyone. Let's all take our seats, please. Let's all get seated. We are about to start. If you're still outside, please come inside. You can come with your cup of coffee. We are getting started. Thank you very much.
I want to welcome everybody back. Okay, we have an announcement.
I have a small announcement to make. So this evening we'll be having the AFRINIC-31 Gala Dinner. It will be taking place at the Internet Technologies Angola premises. They have something nice planned for. This is a gala dinner that has been sponsored by ITA Angola, and it will be nice to have you all attend. So we have organized to have shuttles, first to take delegates hotels. Shuttles will be available at exactly 5:30 to take you to your hotel. Change quickly. The bus will leave. You need to be outside your hotel reception at 6:10, waiting for the bus to take you to ITA. However, if you're staying at HCTA, buses will be at the reception at 6:30. So by 6:45, if you don't see us there, we will assume you know where ITA is. You will take yourself. So we are trying as much as possible to stick to the time. You will be requested to show your gala dinner invite before you get into the bus, and don't give it out. Just show it up, but then you'll give it out at the venue. If you don't have a gala dinner invite, please come to the registration desk and get yourself one. I look forward to seeing you all tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello. Can you help please be seated? So we're going to first of all go through the policies we've gone through in the morning. The first policy we went through was the resource transfer policy, which was presented by the authors. And we have support for and against these authors. And one of the major objections we have to this author is the fact that it doesn't have a no-need basis. On the basis of that, we're going to declare that this, because and that is a strong reason that we feel needs to be addressed by the author of that policy, and we're going to take this back to the mailing list. That's, sorry. So on this, there is no consensus, and we're sending it back to the mailing list. On the M&A resource transfer, we had the arguments for and against this proposal, and we, sorry, 1 second, let me just go through my note. Which was presented by Jody, which has to do with the merger and acquisition. There were some critical objection to this policy, and on the basis of that, we think this policy does not reach consensus, and we're turning back to the mailing list. Then on the final decision is also reach consensus, and we're taking it back to the mailing list. On the entire resource transfer, the comprehensive scope, there are some major objections to this, And because of those major objections, we are throwing this back also to the mailing list. It did not reach consensus. Then on the impact analysis is mandatory. We had a tough time to come to a decision on this. And I had to convince my co-chair, we had to convince each other on the way forward, and we've agreed that this did not reach consensus, and we're also throwing it back to the mailing list. On the Internet Number Resource Review for AFRINIC, the version 8, we've also had a discussion for and against, and I don't want to just go through the list again of the for and against, and we believe this policy does not reach consensus, and we're throwing it back to the mailing list. On the AFRINIC Number Resource Transfer policy, which was the last one that was presented if we went on break, there were arguments for and against this policy, and we also believe that this policy did not reach consensus, and we are throwing it back to the mailing list. We now have one policy to discuss now, and we'll discuss the last policy, the proposal, and we'll now go for the open mic session. If you have any question, objections to our decisions, it can be discussed during the open mic. Thank you. So invite the author of the chair election process to come out and discuss this. Thank you very much.
Ready? Yeah. Okay. So this proposal is something that I have been thinking around for some time ago. Actually, I had a similar proposal in LACNIC, and especially when we were in the election process in the previous meeting. Some people get together, including what at that time Caleb also said we should do something, and we started working on that. Unfortunately, at that time I didn't got responses from Caleb, so I went to write this with Showat, and if we need to do an inversion, Caleb will join. He already agreed to join the proposal. So what we have today is that the PDP working group discusses very briefly how the chairs are chosen. But this doesn't provide sufficient detail about how to actually run the election process, right? So this is right now done by an internal procedure, but not really decided by the community. So what we are suggesting is changing the actual text, because the text is very long. I don't think I should read everything. I will try to again remark the main points, and then I have a graphic that shows the flow that we are trying to accommodate. So the idea is to have some basic rules, like, for example, make sure that we have a solution in case, for whatever reason, visas or traveling or illness, there is always a chair present, and otherwise that will be selected by the board on the spot. So we need always this kind of backup solution, so we make clear about that. And then we describe what are the duties of the chairs and how we select them. So, of course, we clearly say that the staff cannot serve as chair or co-chair. We also said that this position is incompatible with other positions related to this. For example, a board member cannot be a chair. I think that's obvious, because the board will notify the policies that are decided if they reach consensus or not by the chairs. We also believe that in terms of diversity, we should try as much as possible that the chairs are not from the same country.
Okay, so the idea is that except in exceptional situations, we leave the community diversity on who they are electing, so not, again, except in exceptional situations, if there are no other candidates, then we need to accept that, but in other situations, we need to have different co-chairs from different countries. The idea is always that it's true that this is community, not membership, but we believe that we need some support from the membership to nominate someone. So the idea is that is either a member contact or supported by member contacts. Okay, so it's not just someone random from the community that nobody knows and come here just to say I want to chat. We keep the terms staggered in 2 years, so that's not changing. But we also want to make sure that if somebody is selected for a 2-year term, he can come back again for another 2 years, but not forever. Okay, so we think that it's good to change from time to time, and because the terms are staggered, it's not a problem of continuity. Okay. We also believe that somebody that is going to help the community to take decisions, they need to have certain experience, a minimum of experience. And how we can define that? Well, the first point is they should have been participating in the mailing list for at least 6 months. When we say participating, we don't want to mean they have been responding to every email or anything like that, but at least they have joined the mailing list for at least 6 months, so they see how the process works. At least they have some idea. They don't start from zero, right? In the nomination process, we are asking them to provide not just the biographical information, but also information sufficient for the community to be able to understand what is their knowledge, what is their expertise, what they can provide to this community, how they can help the community to build up, and so on. So it's not just I send my bio and that's it. No, it's please explain to the community how you are going to support your position. So about the election process, the idea is to start with a call for nominations. The second change, and this is a big change, is we believe we should rely on electronic voting. Okay? I know some people will say, well, this can be fake. Somebody can vote several times. There are ways to avoid that. In fact, I can tell you that, for example, in LACNIC, we are doing electronic voting for many, many years ago, and never we got a single problem, never. And I am sure LACNIC will be happy to share their system with AFRINIC if necessary. So even if it don't need to be developed, it's there already done. Also, we believe that in order to avoid people supporting on the spot without knowing absolutely the candidate or to fake elections, it's good that anyone to vote must have been part of the mailing list for 6 months in advance as well. Okay? So that means if we start the elections, let's say next year in January, people that joined the mailing list before end of June of this year will be able to vote. I think it's a minimum thing. Otherwise, you are opening the door to somebody saying, hey, friends, and I have 300 friends, I am going to nominate myself as candidate. Join the mailing list and you vote for me, and we get 300 votes in the spot, even if they don't have anything related to the PDP. What else is important here? Okay. To summarize the process, I have made a picture that explains it very well, and I don't think we need to read all the details. The idea is that the process starts 3 months in advance
to the ratification. The ratification is almost formal, let's say, in the meeting. So that means that day 1 or 3 months in advance of the meeting day, we start the elections with the call for nominations. This lasts for a complete month. Then the secretary, because there is already an elections committee, I don't remember the name right now, but I think there is an elections committee that will take care of reviewing that all the details are complied, so we are not changing that. So the elections committee will say, these candidates are accepted, they fulfill the rules, and then the community has 10 days to provide any inputs about the candidates. The inputs will be reviewed by the nomination committee, and if something is relevant, they can publish it. If it's not relevant, or if it's not confirmed, they cannot publish it. For example, I don't like this guy because he has divorced 3 times. This is not relevant to the PDP, right? But look, this guy was elected chairman of the IXP of country X, and he never went to the meetings. He never responded emails. Do we want that guy to chair our sessions? It's up to the community to decide, but I think the information should be published so everybody knows that that guy is not serious. Okay? I think there are a lot of discretion here for the nomination committee. The nomination committee will decide what is able to publish and what not, and if they cannot confirm, they should not publish. Never mind it's negative or positive. After these 10 days, they publish the information of all the candidates, all in one, so not one by one, but at the end of the 10 days, they will publish all together. And then on the next Monday, we start the election. During 7 days, we will have the electronic voting. And in case of a tie, we have a second round for additional 7 days with those that were tying. And that's it. That's basically the process. We believe it's not very complex. It looks like complex when you read on the text, but looking at the picture, I think it's very easy to accommodate. And well, we believe it can improve the participation. And I am not saying not at all that the channels are not good or anything like that. I will tell you tomorrow if you do this or not. No, I am joking. But I really think it's good to have a good and defined process, which is defined by the community and not just a procedure that is made by the staff or the board or whatever. This is the PDP, this is the community, and the community should have its own process. I have a lot about how it's done in every region and so on. There are different, etc., but I am not going to that. And I already mentioned, our idea is, in case it don't reach consensus, we have already a new volunteer to co-author this document as well, that he told me that he will be online. If somebody has any questions, he can try to respond as well, etc. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jody. We'll first of all take staff analysis, impact analysis on this proposal, and we'll now take it from Jody. Thinks I'm not a good chair, so he wants to get rid of me.
Good afternoon. I'm Advi Gokur from AFRINIC for the impact analysis of the chair elections process policy proposal. So the understanding is PDP, this is a clarification, sorry. PDWG chairs may only be elected for one consecutive term, but are eligible to run again after a minimum 1 year pause. It's a bit ambiguous. That's one. Let me finish and then you can. So that's one clarification for you, Jordi. Okay. And in regard to voting will be conducted electronically using mechanisms to ensure as much as possible that each voter can cast only one vote. Okay. So the impact here is on the e-voting platform that we have. Elections will have to be configured for the co-chairs elections. But does this mean that manual voting is eliminated? Completely eliminated. Okay. Yeah. The other one section says that anyone who has been part of the RPD list for at least 6 months prior to the start of election process may participate. One thing that we'd like to inform authors and community is that the RPD is an open list and subscribers are not vetted against any identification document. We've seen some use personal emails, some avoid using their real name as well. So we're not sure how that part can be verified if it's in the policy proposal. And if at any time during the process there are sufficient indications of fraud, how would you define, or how would the co-authors define fraud in this case? Yep, so where will it impact is, perhaps the nomination NOMCOM, the AFRINIC NOMCOM, the AFRINIC election process, and the online voting procedures and forms as well. And in regard to implementation, if the policy goes through, AFRINIC Secretariat will inform the PDP on the implementation timelines. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so this is the first slide.
Okay, so the first one was the clarification about the re-election. I think I explained it before. You are elected by 2 years. You can be re-elected. So in total, you can be a maximum of 4 years. But if you want to go for a third term, you need to at least rest for 1 year. So this is to give opportunity to others instead of having the same co-chair forever. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, the region?
Any other area that does that?
Yeah, several.
Okay.
The electronic voting, yes, it's done eliminating totally the manual voting. So the idea is that because I don't remember how to say in English, the group of people that is able to vote, it's closed 6 months before, because you look at the mailing list at that time. So obviously, if somebody come to the meeting and was not registered 6 months in advance, will not be able to vote, because the voting is not anymore done in the meeting. It's done electronically in advance. So in the meeting, we all only do okay, guys, these 2 co-chairs are the selected one in our voting. It was announced already in the list before the meeting. Okay, so the meeting is just a formal thing, like when we finish the meeting, one of them step down and the next one goes up for the next meeting. Okay, and then the other one was, I think I responded to the mailing list as well. It's open. The mailing list is open. We don't ask for verification or ID, neither we ask here. We don't ask your ID to give you your badge, right? So if somebody's lying, it's the same. The difference may be that somebody can register with several emails. But because we are asking that 6 months in advance, it's difficult to believe that something would plan ahead 6 months that they need to register several emails to vote his friend, right? So that's part of the, let's say, trick to avoid that kind of thing. In any case, if we discover that this is happening, and this is very easy to discover most of the time, then you discover that there is a fraud. Why is it easy to discover? because if you have an electronic voting, it can check if it is done from the same computer. Not just because the IP address, because that may mean that several people from the same company are behind a NAT, but you can see some other fingerprints in the communication that show you that at least it's the same computer. I doubt that somebody has 300 computers or creates 300 virtual machines to vote his friend. I think that extreme case. I am not saying it can happen and we will never discover that, but if normally we get 300 votes and suddenly in one vote we get 600 emails, something is strange, right? So I think there are many ways to at least have a suspicion that something is not clear, and in that case, it can be cancelled and restarted, and even if we need to look for a manual voting in that case, it's a perfectly situation. But I think that's extreme case. I really think it's difficult that somebody can plan ahead 6 months to lie in the voting, because he don't know even if his friend is going to be accepted as a candidate, for example, okay? Or he don't know that his friend is going to be present in the voting. I think it requires a lot of planning to do it against the rules. It can be done, yes. That's why we have this. In case of suspicion of fraud and evidence, we can cancel it. And I think that's it. Questions?
Thank you very much, Jody. We're going to take comments now. And I will be the one. Okay, the queues are now closed. I think we'll now close the queues now. So anybody that is not in the queue now can no longer join the queue. But Jody, I want to ask you the first to clarify something from you, Jody. The fraud situation, if it happens, what happens? Are we not going to have a co-chair for that year? If you have a situation where you have a fraud, that was what's going to happen.
Repeat the process.
And you have a fraud again, and there's a fraud.
If you have a fraud and you don't put the means, sorry.
If you have a fraud case and you as a staff don't put the means to avoid that repeating, you are doing something wrong. You should repeat the election considering what happened to avoid it, right?
I just wanted to clarify that. So we'll go for the mic in front.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel from Nigeria. Jody, these postulations you are making, the possibilities are very high. They are beyond unlikelihood. Let me tell you that. In Nigeria, we have started campaigning for the next president already, and we just inaugurated the president in May. So you can see how long it takes us to prepare for an election. So I can assure you that if I'm interested in being a candidate, as I live here, I will start recruiting my voters. So it is very possible. And when you say electronic voting, at these very early stages, I don't think, we don't have any, just as the staff assessment has said, we don't have any verification. And if we want to subject ourselves to verification in terms of whether the votes are coming from the right people who they are supposed to be, I think it's another burden that I don't know who will want to bear. Yes, I agree totally that in an environment where there is supposed to be some level of coordination and control, some level of elections are needed. I agree on that totally. But these processes you have outlined are not very feasible. And because I see the difficulties in the feasibility of this process, and when you say 6 months, as I said rightly, if I'm interested, the candidate now, not forget about who will vote, but somebody who wants to be voted, I will go and start getting people to register on the RPD. And that is all. And then when it is time to vote, they will vote. They have fulfilled the 6 months. They don't have to say anything. They don't have to make any comment. They are eligible. That's what you are saying. But then, lack of also that face-to-face and removing that manual process of voting makes this significantly different. So for these other steps, except if we have to review these steps, I think I will not support this process for now, except we change the process. Thank you.
Jody, please, can you comment after? Can we just take?
Yes, if we remove the electronic voting, but we keep more or less the rest of the things, will you agree? It's just one possibility. I am just trying to think how to improve. Okay.
Well, that's a step. That's a step forward. Just as the Chinese say, you can match a paper and you are likely to go up.
Can we take the mic at the back, please?
Sharon from Uganda. I'm not in support of this policy because I don't know what kind of experience you would measure from a candidate based on him or her being in the RPD list. I may be there but doing nothing for 6 months. So why would I come and stand and get voted? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take the comment from the front mic.
Hello. Okay. Pascal, Federal University. Jody. Okay. The first thing is with these policies, I would like to start from the point of view where your policy states that somebody can win the elections before the meeting. Is that correct? Yes. Is that correct? Okay. And we all know that some of us have been to some elections before, and we see the impact, the presentations carried out by candidates. I mean, you cannot eradicate the impact of those presentations carried out by candidates. From what you are saying is that there will be no presentations by candidates. I just have to read blah, blah, blah about the candidate online and I feel he's good. There is no physical presentation or probably remote. That means in the case of somebody like, I think in the last meeting, Mark Elkins, I think so, he wouldn't have been disqualified for not honoring a presentation. For me, I don't go with that. And one more thing. I don't think it will be right for a longer serving co-chair to step down to recontest his position. I believe in experience. For example, these two co-chairs here, let's say I'm in the same country with Abdul Karim here, and he has to step down and I have to go in. I mean, I think we are breaking the wheel of experience. I don't go with that as well. And the next thing you said is fingerprints. Fingerprints can be verbal. This is Africa. We can use, when it comes to election, we are very skillful. It's sensitive. Fingerprints can be verbal. Okay? I can start getting phones or mobile devices separately on different networks and campaign to actually rig this election. I'm telling you out of experience. Okay? So I think it's too complex for now. Thank you.
Can we take the comment from the back?
This is Ezebo Goldspine. Jody, I think what you are coming up with, you have good thoughts. But my problem is you underestimate a lot of things in Africa. You also underestimate the possibility that programs can also be hacked and programs can be manipulated. Now, in a situation where you said if there's a fraud, if we find out a fraud along that 6 months, what are we going to do? I think that place is not so clear yet. You haven't cleared out that issue yet because we can't come back to do an election and then we find out that's a fraud and then we have to go back again and start doing an election, or do we go back manually? Secondly, I think this is going to encourage crowd renting because people can always just call their friends and register them in the RPD. And then they'll come and then do the election. It's still the same thing. It doesn't really solve much problem.
Thank you very much. We take the comment in the front mic. And is there anybody that wants to support this policy that is on the queue? Is there anybody for the support of the policy on the queue, seated anywhere? Okay, we'll take the comment from the front mic.
Je suis Trésor Chilumba, je viens de la RDC. Avant mon commentaire, je voudrais juste je me rends compte qu'il y a quelque chose qui est suggéré à
it is there somehow abuse of power. When I see this policy, it will only be served for reinforce this evil, just to reinforce the power. In terms of responsibility, will be weak. So we only have one fantasy because we do not have applicability. When we talk about the new policy of electing new chairs, I think that it should be innovative. We are talking about innovation, but what I see today is the promotion of gender equity. We are now in a panel comprised only for men. It was not discussed, the issue about gender balance. It was not discussed. So this proposal as such, I do not support. I do not support at all. I prefer the principle of votes of responsible as it is currently.
Thank you very much. Next comment from the back, Mike.
Thank you. I'd like to find out from the author whether he has taken a look at the PDPB's guidelines, because it has a whole body of material around election of co-chairs. Because I think that's an important thing to reference. Secondly, remember that Africa will want to be leveraging on itself, and we are less interested in importing things these days. So if there's something good done here, we would like to advance that. So I want you to take a look at that document and see how best it can be added here. My second issue is that we are still patching. This thing should be discussed in the holistic manner regarding, improvement on the PDP process. But this will just patch one small bit, whereas it's other conditions in the PDP process that creates, problems of election of chairs. So we need to be careful with that. Perhaps the last big point for me is, if I have good people and they are from the same country, I want them to stay there. Okay? I don't like this business of division. We are bringing politics into our thing and it's coming from outside. We want to work by merit. If the people are good, I honestly don't care which country they are from. Okay? On the other hand, yes. On the other hand, we leave some things unwritten because we want to encourage diversity, discussion, and coming up with what balances. Much of the challenge in Africa is not by country, it's more by language, okay? So we will try to work out our diversity so that we have people who can help with different languages instead of different countries. But honestly, if there are good people from the same country, great for Africa, we'll use them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Neil. Is there anybody that has something different that has not been said? Because hi, Tim.
Yes.
Please, I want to help us so that we'll go for the gala. Is there anybody, what you want to say must be totally different?
Okay, so this is
totally different. Okay.
So as a first for the voting process, to open online vote for members and paper or ballot votes for attendees in the event. Okay, that's may solve that issue. Thank you.
Do you want to say something totally different? Okay, go on.
I'm from DRC. I don't want to repeat what was already mentioned it, but I'd like to go back to the roots. According to what I read, I do not see any paragraph which states or says, sum it up, the two co-chair being from the same origins. I don't know if I understood. What concerned me, if we limit talking about origins, we are limiting one item. It has nothing to do with democracy. We need to have the same competencies, yes, but it has nothing to do with the origin. This is the item that concerned me. Of electronic voting, I believe that it really favor the fraud, and it is an experience that we Africa knows well, and it causes problems. This is what I'd like to add.
I think, is there anybody that is still on queue that feels strongly that they want to say what they want to say? Remote. Can we have the remote, please? The remote, so that we... Do you feel strongly that you want to say what you want to say? Go on, go on, go on.
One of the things I noticed is 7 days objection of result, the period 7 days for objection of result. What if a very strong and cogent reason for objection arises after 7 days? What happened? That's one. Secondly, is there a limit to number of people that can be nominated? If there is none, then assuming only 2 people are nominated from the same country, what happens? You understand? So thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the back mic, please?
Hi everyone, my name is Mariam Sulaiman from University of Ilorin, Nigeria. So my question is that on the policy it says one has to be on the RPD for 6 months before you are eligible to vote. But now in a situation whereby the fellows that AFRINIC are recruiting to come for meetings have not been on the RPD list for 6 months, are you now saying fellows that have been brought in by AFRINIC does not have the right to vote?
Thank you very much. The front mic, please. Front mic. Go on, sir.
Okay. Merci, Monsieur Laurent. Muito obrigado, Laurent Tumba da RDC. Laurent Tumba from DRC. I have an impression that we are going around. We are going around and starting at the same point. You want to change while we do not have a reason to change. Second, when we want to go to elections, we nominate the best, no matter what is his origin or color. Among the AFRINIC staff, maybe it will be the last discussion of this meeting. May I improvise in the room for the first time with 100 of people and keep an opinion, so this opinion can be kept by the community. There are things that need to be reviewed in this organization, otherwise this organization is going to die. We can be here for the first time with 200 people. They get in the room in the same opinion, led by a group of individuals or one individual. It kills the system. What AFRINIC is doing or trying to do in order to change. So we can really see what doesn't work. Let's not be like people, blind people that pretend that they are not seeing. So we want to have the best among us. So the best among us, yeah, they are everywhere because we know the competences. They did many things in the past. Let's see things forward. Otherwise, it will kill this system. So something is not okay.
Something I will not be happy.
Yeah. I will be very brief. So electronic vote will prevent my grandmother from voting. Yeah. So I'm not with this policy.
Thank you very much.
Donc juste pour...
So just to clarify, I think that before changing the format of electronic voting, there is a need to see if this system is representative. For example, I'm from Morocco, and it is shame to see that only Moroccans participate and alive with the participation, an issue that has to do, we have 55 countries, but they have to decide together at AFRINIC level. First, we need to have a representative of the countries. It's not one so of the top to see the best, but we should have inclusion, people that understand the subject in order to improve, and Africa together can move. So we need to have inclusion, collaboration among us, and not say that I have 10 years of experience, I'm more competent than the others, while the other is building in few time. Participant.
Comment from remote participation. Okay, the first one, Arnaud Amelina Togourère. Pourquoi Jordi is...
Why Jordi is not sharing his model with PDP, which is plagiarized. I do not support this policy to encourage people that want a controversy policies or can create controversy among the communities, and it is putting away from the objective, creating Jordi. I have different viewpoint. You can't impose your viewpoint, Jordi. Number two. So the proposal of the chair election process, it doesn't go in line with the real challenges. I believe Jordi is looking for a personal way. His issue of the statutes, it has nothing to do with the problem. So this PDP is a long time issue.
Okay, if you were in the chat room, you can see clearly that I asked the author, are you sure you want me to read this?
Yeah.
And the author said,
I think let's move forward. Let's move, yeah. Because I think those are personal attacks on Jordi.
There is also one from the remote participation.
Yeah.
It says to Mariam as co-author, this is coming from Caleb Ogundele. As co-author, I will answer your question by saying that AFRINIC fellows are selected by merit, and I was once a fellow. The idea is have fellows who can engage before the meeting. I think it's one of the criteria AFRINIC uses to select fellows.
Thank you very much. I think we will now give Jordi the opportunity to respond to those comments. Jordi, you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes for 20 questions? No. I don't complain if I speak too fast then. No, I am trying to be very brief. The first one, the expertise is not just by participating in the mailing list or by subscribing in the mailing list. The NOMCOM is also going to look into that. On-site candidates, the on-site presentation by candidates can be replaced perfectly. When the NOMCOM announce the names, they should also be able to submit some videos. So that's not a problem.
regarding the terms of the actual co-chairs, the idea is that they can keep going for 2 terms. So it's a maximum of 4 years. So the idea is, if we want the co-chairs to stay there for 12 years, even if they are doing good, it's not good to give opportunity to other people at least for 1 year. Then if they are not doing well, you can again select the previous co-chair. So that's not a problem. Regarding the fraud, in this community, electronic voting, as I understood previously, is used already for other things in the membership. So that means that we don't trust in that voting and here yes, or in the other way around. It don't make sense to me. So okay, so it's based in identification. I am not defining how this electronic voting will go. So we may want an identification as well. There is not a problem on that. That's easy to solve, right? What I am saying is that electronic voting works. It's a matter of how you provide it. And of course, fraud can happen, but it can happen also here. I remember the fraud of, it was Benjamin, or what was that? And it goes on site with another name. Well, it can happen on site as well. There is no difference. Regarding the changing the PDP, look, we have been discussing the PDP-B's proposal for I don't know how many years, 2 years at least. Sometimes when the community cannot agree in a big change, you need to break down a proposal in small pieces. I remember when I was submitting my first proposal into AFRINIC, and the staff suggested me to break it down in 5 different proposals, and I did that. This is a possible way. We did not because that, but this is not, there is something against if we cannot reach consensus in a big change, going for smaller changes, step by step. It's a perfect valid possibility. People from different countries, you have the same from different regions in terms of the board, right? So if you don't accept that for the board, if you don't accept that for the co-chairs, why is accepted for the board? We think we need to think on that. Objection for 7 days. I didn't get very well the question, but it's not objection for 7 days. It's basically that you have 7 days for the voting, and then if a second round is needed, another 7 days. Maximum number of people to be nominated, there is not a limit. If there are 20 candidates, we can vote for 20 candidates. I don't think we need to have a limit on that, and maybe that number of candidates will be limited depending on experience by the NOMCOM. Fellows, well, it has been said by Caleb already, but I think if fellows want to really be useful to the community and to themselves, they need to join to the mailing list way ahead before coming here. Otherwise, it don't make sense. I am here giving my opinion on policy proposals that maybe I have not read, or I have not commented in the mailing list, or I have not requested for authors to clarify it. It's my opinion. I may be wrong, but I think it's more useful. When I write a policy proposal, I try to investigate all the pros and cons. When I read policy proposals from other authors, I check if I can agree or not, depending on information, not just in opinion. That's why I have the information if it's compatible or not with other regions. Not because I am trying to act as the staff or something, but it's my obligation if I want to contribute. It's my way to see the life, the things. If you want to contribute, you need to be proactive by yourself, not just rely on others. And finally, I think electronic voting is much more inclusive because it allows people that is not able to travel, they don't get the funding, they don't get the fellowship to be able to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jody. We have come to
say something else.
Something else. Yeah. Open mic. Open mic. Jody, open mic. If it is something else.
Related to this proposal, to close it. You say time yourself. I already discussed it with my co-authors before coming here, because we got already some comments in the mailing list, and independent of the decision that the co-chairs can take, We believe that it will be better to make a new version and not have the need to declare or not consensus, because we believe that we can improve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, what happened was when Jody came up here, he saw the oracle. So he's now trying to go with the oracle. That's why. So Jody clearly saw the oracle and he had declared what he saw on the oracle on this stage. So we're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is.
So on this policy, just give us 1 minute and we'll come back with a decision. Thank you. Thank you. So based on the discussion, the arguments against, not against, regarding a few of many things, the fraud, the verification, as co-chairs, there is this policy proposal has not achieved consensus, and therefore the proposal needs additional discussion, therefore returns to the discussion stage, the mailing list. Thank you very much.
Very much. We're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is the open mic. We would start the open mic as co-chairs. There are three issues that I promise we're going to discuss on the open mic. First of all is the issue of the webinar. When we were elected in Uganda, we felt we needed to bring in some innovations to make the PDP better, because we actually noticed there was few people who are participating in the PDP process, and we wanted to try something new. And we tried the webinar, which we've done 2 webinars before this meeting. And based on the feedback we got, we think it is an impressive thing to do. Few people felt it's not a good idea, but nobody has come out to say, you know what, stop it. So if there are ways you think we can improve on the webinar, you can tell us. Well, if you think you want us to stop it, you can also come and give your suggestion. The other issue is the issue of language on the mailing list. We are going to discuss with the staff to see if there's possibility of when you send anything onto the mailing list for you to have something like auto translate. We don't know if that is possible. We're going to have that discussion to see if there is something that can be done, because I know I belong to an organization that does that. So I would have that discussion and see if that is possible. But more importantly, we want to bring this community together. One thing we would love to achieve as co-chair is to bring this community together, because we have to be together. We want to make sure that at the end of today, everybody should find themselves to be inclusive, and we also want us to be friends. Please and please and please, let us make sure that we unite this community, and whatever happens in this room happens in this room. Please don't let us take any reaction outside. And before I open the mic to the floor, we are in Angola. The official language in Angola is Portuguese. But throughout the discussion yesterday and today, nobody has spoken Portuguese. I have 2 ladies at the back who speak Portuguese. I would want them, I have told them, we're not going to end this meeting if they don't come to the mic to say something, to tell us how badly we have done, or to tell us how well we have done. Please nominate one person out of the 2 of you to come first. I'll give you the opportunity to come to the mic first to say something at the open mic. Please come and say something in Portuguese.
Boa tarde. Sou
Good afternoon.
I'm Olympia Diogo from Angola Telecom. It was good to be part of this event. It's the first time I am participating in this event, and I hope it won't be the last time I participate in such an event. It's a pleasure to listen to the potentials of my colleagues with network IPv6 and IPv4 AS number. So it would be an advantage for me. I would like to mention a few things, even though I don't have a lot of background like others who made a good discussion about the policies. I've got AFRINIC email, and I'm sure that during this phase I'll be able to bring my contribution in order to help in the voting system, so that the chair and the co-chair and all my AFRINIC family will improve for the benefit of Angola and Africa and IPv6 IS number. We have a lot of clients. We've got a lot of cases whereby clients, they've got different domains on different topics. It would be good for us to have an agreement for better of everyone. Thank you very much.
So the floor is okay. Go on.
Good afternoon. I'm Julia. I'm from Angola. I would like to make a comment to the colleague from Morocco who said before we elect a co-chair, we need to elect a representative for other countries. It would be good. That process is good. I found that process interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Botari, good afternoon. So the mic is open.
Thank you. For the way you managed the co-chair was not easy, but I think you tried to accommodate everyone, and I think it was our expectation. Now I'd like to say that we definitely need to improve the PDP process. It's a deep need for us. And I would like to appeal of all of us to work on it. Because without a PDP, a clear PDP, a PDP that we can all adapt and work with, we will not be able to build our future. And I think it's really important for us to work on it. That's all I would like to say. We need really to work on the PDP process and see what is good, to keep it, what is not good, and how to change it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak once again. First of all, I would like to appreciate all members of the community who have contributed to this process. And also with our chairs being their first public assignment, who led us in the process. The first thing I would like to bring the attention is the point of order to the chairs. Of course, I knew quite all right that due to the number of policies we had and the number of people who really want to speak on policy, they have to truncate some who are on the queue. I understand clearly, but the issue here is that from my experience as an editor of so many journals, a negative feedback doesn't really mean it's harming. If I oppose your proposal, it doesn't mean I don't like your face, and doesn't mean the proposal is not really good. My negative feedback would really helps you in improving the proposal and fixing all what you have not seen. So it is not all about I support, or I reject. If I support you, I become your friend. But if I reject, in fact, as a researcher, I would even prefer to see your negative comments so that I can be able to, because it will expose my weaknesses and I'll be able to improve over time. So we shall see of how we can be able to deal with the situation. Then the second one, of course, I'm appealing to also the members of the community as well, which is also part of the first comment. It is very, very essential that whenever I want to give comment on specific proposal, we shouldn't be emotional. In a sense, once a proposal is presented, we should try to look into the pros and cons of this proposal. What is the benefit? Of course, you could have interest group from anywhere, not only in Africa, but as someone who you come to actually proofread and review the proposal, it is expected that you have to analytically dissect the proposal and give your own contribution. Not necessarily you don't like this person, I don't like him. Oh, I don't like Jody, or I like Jody, I have to accept his proposal, or I don't like his face, I need to reject it. Whether the proposal is good for us or it's not good for us. Then finally, which is very, very important, I think if AFRINIC want to choose host community, I don't know the process of choosing the host community, we should please try as much as possible to look at the visa process of that particular country. I was at the bridge of returning back to my host state, my own location, before I had a change of mind of coming to this meeting. And there are so many people who have experienced terrible experience in coming to this Angola. And I have made myself very clear, I made it to the public that, look, the only thing that will bring me back to Angola because of the experience I had was if the Prime Minister sending me an invitation. So you see, I think we need to look into that and how if participants are actually in some nasty situation, AFRINIC could actually provide a rapid response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll move to the next person.
Thank you. My name is Chris from Nigeria. He has said part of the things I wanted to say, so I'm not going to dwell much on that, but I'll just pick out something out of it. The coming to this place was actually exciting to me, but when I got to the airport, it became a terrible situation. And let me tell you my own part of experience, different from what maybe he has said. We got to the airport and, you know, getting to the immigration, they see our passport because we're like 5 Nigerians that came. Some, like about 3 came for a different thing. I was the only one at that flight that is for AFRINIC. And the other guy is in Nigeria, but for a different thing. So when they saw our passport, they selected us. They made it open. They said, Nigeria? Yes. They pick our passport. I said, stay here, stay here, stay here. And they were clearing orders. You understand? So what I'm saying this is, to me, I felt so embarrassed. I have to start sending message to, I think it was Arthur. I sent message that when they sent a outside to come and pick me, the immigration people still don't allow her. I stayed at the airport for 5 good hours. 5 good hours. What did I do? Nothing. Sorry, we'll get back to you. No, the boss is coming. So what I'm saying, next time they should know we are not coming here as people who are nuisance. We are all busy set of people. Everybody is responsible and very busy. So if we are coming to such meeting in any other country, let there be way that the country will know that responsible people are entering your country on so dates, and these are the names of those people on the at the airport. So when you come, they will check whether your name is on the list, because of course, all of us that came applied. So that will be solved. I have very bad impression on that. Now, that aside, secondly, I want to appreciate the way the chairs have actually managed the section. At a point, it looks as if they were being pushed, but they were calm. I love the way you guys were very calm. You know, people will talk, say things that sometimes you're not even comfortable with, and you are calm. And again, also protecting, there's what you did, the chair, that I so much love, when somebody on through remote participation was raising an attack, and the way you protected and said, no, you don't like it. I love that. That is the spirit of Zik. You know, I really love that. So that particular thing, you know, changed my perception also about you. That, oh, this man doesn't take anything. So I want to encourage you to continue with that. And to all of us who are here, I want us to see this meeting as a friendly and a progressive place, not a place to fight. You know, so that when people come and you don't feel you don't like this person, or yes, which haunt you somehow in your own understanding, you begin to fight him. So let's see ourselves as brothers and make progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I allowed everybody to talk on the visa issue, but unfortunately, this is not the right forum to talk about the visa issue. Vika is here, he's a board member. Those are the people you need to talk to about visa issue. And there is an open mic tomorrow again, whereby you talk to, because what we are here to discuss is the PDP. So the open mic is meant for the PDP. Unfortunately, I had the same experience with visa. So that was why I said, let us just start that discussion. But unfortunately, the right people we're supposed to be talking to on that discussion, they are not in this room. So let us wait till tomorrow to talk about that issue. So let's go on.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Roderick Moyo. I'm from Zimbabwe, representing the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association. I'm happy to be here. I was also pleased by the discussions. This was a negotiation platform. That's what happens when policies are being discussed. People bring different views within the table. But also I think it's high time, especially us as Africa, that we start to realize and recognize what problems are we facing. Instead of fighting against each other, it's time that we found each other. And we start to address the things that we are facing. You asked concerning webinars. For me, I am for webinars because I was in Zimbabwe and I was actively participating. And you will see today here we were speaking of internet, digital technology, and where we are moving to the Internet of Things, whereby one time we might be having these meetings even remotely. So even as a community, I think we have to take, we take that advantage that technology has given us, and maybe to make, because somebody was saying that you do webinars, but no one brings that accountability. I think during webinars, we can have people who are we are minuting the webinars, that maybe the minutes can be shared on the mailing list for everyone to. But I was also not happy. We had more than 14 policies, but out of the 14 policies, I think one, if not two, were approved, or none at all. So that's the process. But I think we should introduce a way, because I'm thinking maybe next year we can be having 40 policies on the table. We discuss 40, it will need 3-4 days. If we have a way that we minimize the number of policies that come to the open discussion, a way where the community actively participates, because you'll find we've got
Jody, talk to Jody.
So many policies that are being discussed, and also I don't know, maybe even from one individual. We will need to have a way of having few policies coming to this one so that they can even reach a consensus, and we start implementing to solve the problems that we are facing as Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next comment. If we can keep it as brief as possible. We have about 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Shadrach from Ghana. I'm an AFRINIC fellow. I'm happy to be here to learn from all of you. So a little of my observation is that there are lots of policies, as my brother said, but what I'm suggesting is that there should be policies which tries to put Africa on the top, not like individual interests, but policies which will help Africa grow with the youth. For instance, I'm involved in many initiatives. We try to educate youth on digital literacy. So we having policies which in the future will help Africa build a better digital world. So we having a better policy. For instance, the next generation will be able to come and know that, my people were able to put policies which preserve resources for the African community. So this is the little one that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person.
Merci beaucoup, co-chair, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'm from AFRINIC. I would like to thank all the brothers for taking part in this event. But during this discussion, what's the policy of, I did not see any interpreter for the deaf and dumb. So what's the policy of AFRINIC in policy for AFRINIC not to include people deaf and dumb and interpreters for deaf and dumb to participate in such a meeting?
This is coming from the remote participation from Komi Elisha, Togo. He says, I would like to convey or to think that okay, he did not, but he said, I would like to convey all working to think if we would like to have every proposal submitted to be put on agenda of policy discussion during face-to-face meeting. Some of us think there is a need to find a mechanism to filter or qualify policy proposals that need to be presented. Another is the consensus assessment. I think chairs must tell us clearly which mechanism they use to declare consensus or not. Is it a question or feeling or based on the number of I oppose or I support? Then we also have another one from Team Akinfenwa, Osun State University, Nigeria. He says, I'm okay with the webinar idea. It will give participants who are willing to have grounded knowledge of some sort in a policy of interest. I enjoyed the first one I attended. I also agree that the PDP process needs to be updated for more participation and robust policy discussions. I also observe that one of the co-chairs is more active than the other. Could they possibly split the moderation of the proposal with each other so we feel them more? Just an observation, please. Lastly, policy discussions always thrive well if objections and criticisms are handled constructively by all. Thanks and kudos, everyone.
Okay, Asmuntami, board member. This is not a comment about the PDP, by the way. There were some comments, I think, about the visa issues. The board is having a board engagement session tomorrow on Friday. You're welcome, and everybody is welcome to attend the session and ask questions. For those who might not be present in the session, the board takes note of your comments, and going forward, we'll try to do something about it. Thank you.
Vika.
Thank you, coaches. Just quick one, my name is Vigam Pisane, AFRINIC board member as well, but I'm saying this from a personal observation point of view. I think much has been said about the PDP process, about the changes. I think most of it is understandable. Sometimes there are no correct, right, and wrong answers as a matter of how feasible it is. But generally, I think, having noted and observed AFRINIC for years now, you know, about the policy development process here, and what I consider to be a toxic environment, you know, if we can, as others have said, and if we cannot, we stop beating about the bush, we have a toxic environment. I do not think we thoroughly consider policies. It's like there's an element of settling scores, personal scores. And that's what is making us not to be progressive. I think it paints a bad picture, not on the co-chairs, on us, the community, to present what, about 10 policies, and none of them gets through. Yeah, I think that's a bad picture. If we were to do a peer review of each other, we would really be ashamed of ourselves. I do think that we need maybe in the PDP process to consider honestly prioritizing policy areas Because what happens here, it's a policy is developed, it's just pushed, it comes here. There's no prior assessment of probably what are priority areas, so that when a policy comes, based on a weighting of some form, we can say this one will give priority to, and these ones we will try by an X date to reach agreement on. You know, of course, it will never be a perfect agreement, not in this community, but we need, I think, to have that mindset that says these policies are of critical importance because of ABC. Maybe from our side as the board and staff, we can try and as well in consultation with the community to identify what priority areas will be, and so that policies that come in that area are given priority. And we don't treat all policies the same, because then you try to do 20% of an effort, give 20% that can give you 80% benefit. But what we're doing, we're taking everything even, and now what is important is treated the same as what is not that important. So I think that is important to be that. And I think also on the PD working group, maybe when we present policies, in prioritizing them, let us try, it will help us to minimize. At least we come here, we say we have 4 policies, and we spend the whole day today just focusing on the 4 and being substantive on what we say on the policies. And part of it is, when policies are brought here, let people try who present here, show us how this policy rejected now in Angola, when we get to the DRC, to Kinshasa, how have they considered the feedback received? With tracking the changes on a policy to say, this provision has been altered because somebody made this valid argument. This feedback has been rejected because of ABC. I don't see that. I don't see us convincing each other. I see us just rushing to shut each other down. Hence I'm saying it's a toxic environment for developing policy. And in closing, Chair, on the PDP co-chairs election process, I didn't have an opportunity to look at this gentleman's policy proposal on PDP and so forth, but I will look at it in detail. I do hope that if we come to a certain level where even in appointing the co-chairs, we do it in a more dignified way. We saw what happened in Kampala. I do not think that's a right way of electing, because then it depends. If we go to the DRC next year and somebody from the DRC wants to be a co-chair and they bring in the locals, of course they will outnumber everybody. AFRINIC is a members entity, and I would imagine that just as members vote for the board, there should be similar control in appointing the policy working group, the policy development working group co-chairs, because there's a very critical working group for the function of AFRINIC. Thank you, Chair. Those are just more observations.
Jody, sorry, we've closed the queue. We've closed the queue, Jody. Sorry, we have to leave. Can we, no, before we take remote, can we take the lady, please? Can we take the 2 ladies first? Yeah.
Boa tarde a todos. Boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, the podium. I'd like just to thanks. This is my first time at AFRINIC Forum. The work that being conducted is really very important, has an element of the region, has element of Africa. I will not talk about a policy because this is, for me, is a new process, but I will talk about as an African and the need of develop Africa. So in ambit of its policies, we should really give more integration, development among African countries, because the forum is really linked to issues regarding to internet in Africa. If I have to start about Angola, part of Angola is really linked by international provider. It means as we have a lot to do, a long way to go. We need to have a proactive attitude. I was conducting a research during the forum. I have understood that many projects takes more than 20 years. Has a staff of a telecommunication company, I work from MS Telecom, call me and attention. In this forum, I understood that MS Telecom doesn't have all their data center registries. As African, we have a lot to do. Thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to participate more forum, but with more integration of African people. I'd like just to appeal. We open our IP for the world. The world, do they have a really intention and the maturity for developing Africa and open Africa? So we need to consolidate first Africa and updating all this process. Thank you very much and have a good day. Good afternoon, everybody. I am I'm project managers and I have been working in technical project. Fortunately, Angola is a woman participating in AFRINIC forum as a fellow. I'd like to say that the technical community here in Angola, I mean, do not have many, they are not aware of PDP and they didn't measure the pros and cons that were presented. Many of them has a negative impact long term and it really can hinder Africa in an eternal dependency and the one day we can run risk of not having the resources. Next discussions, please leverage and put the interests of everybody on the table. Thank you very much.
It's not up to me. Okay, comment from remote participation. Togorea, Arnaud. Le webinaire est une erreur. So it's going to be in French, so yeah. The
webinar is a mistake because the problem of language, what language will be used? Some participants, they risk not following, they will be harmed. The co-chairs, they are doing 2 waves and 2 measures in driving the 2 sessions, even giving their own opinion. It is not correct. It is not equitable. I think that the co-chairs, they are partials. We do not see the report of different reports or any other participant. So on the basis of the needs and objectives on the name of, on behalf of the policies for the good of Africa.
Yes, this is another one from the
É também comentário remoto, vem do Silvan Vaia, NOC dos Camarões. O PD
in 2 groups. Those who are participating to the RPD list activities and those who are participating only at the public policy meetings. If we continue to follow that, that fracturing approach, we will have to more bad experience. We'll have to have more bad experience than worse surprises. We need to correct it in policy by amending the CPM. Of course, the actual policy development process allows this behavior, but it appears to not be well functioning. We don't know each other before the public policy meeting. Sometimes we don't follow the discussion in the RPD list, but we want to take all the time to discuss a draft policy proposal during the public policy meeting. The second comment is about
can we just
participation.
One. Is it from the same person?
Yes.
Can we just have it? We'll take it in. Can we just, because we need to go, we're running out of time.
Yeah, I'll just, it's just small. So we are internet users contributing in an internet policy development working group. So we need to try more online resources, which could ameliorate or improve the online participation. What we at CMNO have done to help achieve that purpose is to present remotely via an initiative called PPM Hub. We need more support as we had one local from AUF here.
30 seconds. I think from the different people that has been in the open mic and also in other sessions, I think we should clarify in the mailing list what means consensus, what is the difference between membership and community? And that affects also the elections, because I think many people is confused on that, and that creates some confusion. And then the thing about giving different priority to policy proposals, I think it's simple. If the people start discussing the policy proposals in the mailing list, we will get here with a more clear vision. But if we don't participate, as Sylvian just said, we are fracturing into groups, the ones that participate in the mailing list and the ones here.
Thank you very much. We are rounding up now. I just want to comment on two things. Number one is on the issue of how do we come to consensus. We do come to consensus by looking at the points that is raised. We're not looking at numbers for, numbers against. It's the points that are raised. And that is why some of the policies would have gone through today. But it was a very difficult situation for us as co-chairs, because we were able to see points that others are raising, and these are points that needs to be addressed. And that was the extremely difficult situation we had today. We wanted most of this policy to go through if possible, but we cannot. We are declaring consensus, and that is the issue. The other issue that was raised is why the other co-chair. I want to apologize to Moses, because I think we're two different persons in terms of I have so much adrenaline that I just keep going to the mic when he's supposed to do the talking. So I have to apologize to him. That is just because of my nature, and most times he's supposed to do the talking. So that is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. It's been such a great time to go through, and thank you for your patience up to this time. Enjoy your evening. Thank you.
Now, the bus schedule, the buses are outside for staying in different hotels, and better run your buses. You should be outside your hotel by 6:10 to proceed to the gala dinner venue. Tomorrow, pardon? The bus is outside waiting for you if you stay in a different hotel. If you stay in this hotel, the bus will be ready for you at 6:30. It is already, yes, I know. 6:10 it is. The